Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the Chinese Studies Council here at Yale and US College, I'd like to welcome you to our symposium on the history of overseas Chinese in Singapore. Let me first start with the obligatory reminder for everyone in the live audience to ensure that your cell phones are either turned off or muted. Today's event is a momentous one for us here at the college. In previous years, the Chinese Studies Council has organized many events focused on both Chinese history, literature, and philosophy, as well as on modern-day Chinese politics, economics, and China's role in today's geopolitical world as an emerging superpower. Today, however, is the first time we've held an event focusing on the history of the Chinese and Chinese cultural influence right here in Singapore, thereby examining one of the major ethnic and cultural groups that have helped make Singapore what it is today. And it is an event, I think, that is long overdue. To that end, we've managed to assemble an exciting lineup of the foremost experts on this subject from across a number of institutions here in Singapore. And thanks to each of their gracious acceptance of our invitation to speak today, I'm confident that all of you are in store for what will prove to be a fascinating and memorable day of stimulating discussion. Today's event, as with all our events, would not be possible if not for the generous support of the Tan Chin Tuan Foundation, which provides the funding for all the activities of our Chinese Culture and Civilization program here at Yale and US, and which is of course, one of Singapore's leading foundations whose mission it is to provide for the achievement of measurable and sustainable outcomes in such areas as education and community development, not only here in Singapore, but throughout all of Southeast Asia. And I must add here that the foundation's founder, Tan Chin Tuan, was himself an integral part of today's story, a major figure in the overseas Chinese community here in the 20th century, having played a crucial role in establishing Singapore's Chinese banking and financial industry, in deftly navigating that industry through the perilous times of the war in the Pacific, and through his chairmanship of innumerable committees in the service of both government and industry, in playing a leading role in making Singapore into the prosperous nation it has become. And as great as all of those achievements were, his incredible philanthropic work carried on today by his family certainly ranks right up at the top, and we remain ever grateful for their support. Finally, let me note that in order to reach as wide an audience as possible, the working language for today's symposium is English, but I'd be remiss if I didn't say at least a couple of words of welcome in Chinese. So 我们今天感到非常荣幸，有来自新加坡国立大学、南洋理工大学、新加坡中商会馆联合总会以及新加坡华族文化中心的著名学者与专家光临敝校发言赐教，让我们对新加坡华人的历史增进了解。今天的座谈会是承蒙陈振传基金会的雄厚协助，我们为此表示莫大的谢忱。非常欢迎在座及线上的观众热烈参与今天的讨论。Now there are a number of other people that I need to thank for helping put today's event together, but as time this morning is short, I'm afraid I'm going to have to save those things for the end of the program. With that, to turn now for some introductory remarks from someone who certainly knows much more about Singaporean history than I do, and also because our keynote speaker, Professor Wang Gungwu, is such a towering figure as to deserve an introduction by someone of greater stature than myself, I'd like to now hand things over to the president of our college and our own resident expert in the history of Singapore, among other places. Would you please welcome President and Professor Tan Tai-yong.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Symposium on the History of the Overseas Chinese in Singapore. My Chinese is not as good as Scott's, so I'll only be speaking in English today. Well, this event is organized by the Yale NUS Chinese Studies Council and supported by the Tan Chin Tuan Foundation. And I wish to acknowledge my gratitude to the Tan Chin Tuan Foundation for its generosity in supporting the Chinese Studies Council's work in promoting the study of Chinese culture and civilization at the college. The council is headed by Professor Scott Cook, Tan Chin Tuan Professor of Chinese Studies, who has been leading the charge in the promotion of Chinese studies at the college. One of his key initiatives is the multidisciplinary Chinese Studies minor program, designed to foster an in-depth understanding of China, both as a historical tradition and as a modern nation with a wide-ranging sphere of influence. While the Chinese studies courses and activities have served our students well, instilling in them knowledge, understanding, and appreciation of Chinese language, culture, and history, we feel that more can be done to extend the understanding of China and the Chinese world in relation to Singapore and Southeast Asia. This symposium aims to draw that connection by focusing on the history of the Chinese community in Singapore. In addition to an important discussion on migration, settlement, and the evolution of the Chinese community and its identity in Singapore, we hope to understand how identity and culture shape perceptions and in turn influence the tone and content of relations between Southeast Asia and China. We hope that this meeting will help us better conceptualize our Chinese studies program, making it more distinctive, valuable, and stimulating to our students. This is an ongoing effort on the part of the college to build something that is coherent, distinctive, and would leave a lasting impression on our students as they go through these courses and activities with us so that they can develop a deeper understanding of China, the Chinese world, and the larger context of relations between China and Southeast Asia. So I hope to get your views, your advice, your insights on how we can do this better. And I wish to thank Scott and his colleagues in the Chinese Studies Council for their ongoing effort in this regard and for organizing today's symposium. Well, it's good to see so many familiar faces in the speakers lineup, and I'm truly grateful to all of you for giving so generously of your time today. We are especially honored by the presence of our keynote speaker, Professor Wang Gangwu. He needs little introduction in a gathering of this nature. In a long and illustrious career as scholar, teacher, and academic leader, Prof. Wang has left very deep and lasting imprints in the broad field of Chinese and global history. He is guru and mentor to many of us, and all of us in this room are intellectually indebted to him in so many ways. As we know, Prof. Wang is a prolific author, having written more than 20 books, and he doesn't stop writing. His most recent being Home is Not Here, published in 2018, China Reconnects, published in 2019, and most recently with the late Margaret Wang, Home is Where We Are, published last year. Prof. Wang will be presenting his keynote address on Chinese in Singapore, Parallels, Continuities, What's New. It gives me great pleasure to invite Prof. Wang to address us. Prof. Wang, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Tan Tai-yong. I feel a little uneasy about speaking to an audience for a change. I've been so used the last few months talking to a screen. So forgive me if sometimes I feel a little bit lost as to where I am. I'm delighted to be in this beautiful building. I've been here once before, but I've never had the privilege of speaking here. And I thank Scott for inviting me and giving me a chance to do so. The subject, of course, is something that is of great interest to all of us in Singapore. And the history of this question of the overseas Chinese in Singapore has been an intriguing one for lots of people for a long, long time. Indeed, there's a lot of history, and the amount of material now we do have about the Chinese in Singapore is really voluminous, and it's getting more and more all the time, contributed largely by some of the people in the audience here today. And the focus that Scott has chosen to talk about things like education, identities, and in fact, different ways of doing research, new ways of doing research on the subject, are all very intriguing. I don't have the kind of expertise to go into the specifics of some of these areas because, in fact, more people here know much more about the Singapore Chinese than I do. But I have always been fascinated by the place of Singapore in the region, the relationship between the Chinese here and the Chinese in China and the Chinese around the region for a long time now. And I would like to take this opportunity to look back a little and do some comparisons between the various communities. I'm struck, for example, by the fact that we are looking at a Singapore that has been identified as being quite unique. The only country in the world outside of the Greater China area that has a Chinese majority and is run as a plural society. These are quite obviously distinctive features which cannot be found anywhere else and unlikely ever to be found anywhere else again. But given the fact that this is so, it is intriguing that the history of Singapore has never started quite like that. And the long history, of course, is well known now, but much better known than before. And we've mostly taken our history from the time when the British made it into the great port city that it has become from 1819. And that story itself of some 200 years is extraordinary. But let me say that the new perspectives that we now have of the period before 1819, I think gives us a little bit more depth to the place of Singapore in the region. The colonial and the Chinese accounts about how Singapore began, we now have a much better idea, although it was poorly recorded at the time, and we had largely colonial accounts, and then some very desultory notes about the different groups of Chinese who had turned up in Singapore. And it was not until the whole thing was pulled together by Song Wong Xiang that we have a larger picture and a continuous one. But that itself reminds us that the question of Singapore Chinese is linked closely to the question of the relationship between those who are settled and those who came to work here, passing through, most of them meaning to go somewhere else or going back to China. And that relationship between the settled, the local born, so to speak, and some local born for several generations, and those who came in and out and who came later. And the fact that the local born were overwhelmed by the migrants and the people who came later itself was a unique feature of the time. So that period we have recorded, and that's been studied very well, and we now know much better about them than before. But then followed what was, again, quite extraordinary, but this was not unique to Singapore. This is what might be called the Nanyang perspective of a China that was that was finally conscious of the fact that they had lots and lots of Chinese spread out around Southeast Asia, the area they call Nanyang. Before that, of course, we all know the Ming and Qing dynasties over some 400 or 500 years weren't terribly interested in the Chinese overseas. In fact, of course, officially banned them from leaving China. And those who left were only supposed to do trade and to go out and come back under very strict supervision and control. So it was in that context where a new China, conscious of the fact that there were Chinese spread around who could be useful to them, that they developed over a period of 2 or 3 decades, quite rapidly, a new Nanyang perspective of these Chinese who were temporarily abroad. And that period determined the shape of the Chinese who settled in Singapore, who came in and out of Singapore. Not many of them were really clear that the newcomers, anyway, not many of them were really clear that they will stay in Singapore and make their homes here. In fact, that was not at all clear until about 50 years ago, or a little bit more than 50 years ago. And that fact alone creates a special relationship. The Nanyang Chinese decided that Singapore was the most central and valuable hub for the Nanyang community. And it served that purpose for, I would say, at least half a century. And it was a time when, of course, the question of education, identity, all these issues were very much in the air. The Chinese who had settled down had to make choices. The ones who were passing through and who were just migrants here for work, they didn't have to make the choice. They were Chinese and recognized as Chinese temporarily abroad. So that was clear. But that the pressure on the local born to make a choice and choose to identify with these new Chinese and a new consciousness of China's position in the world, a new sense of nationalism, which was totally new to the Chinese, was a major pressure, major problem for them. Incidentally, not only for those who were settled and local born, but even for those migrants who were here actively doing business or making a livelihood, even they had to make decisions then about involvement in what was happening in China. And the fact that events are moving so rapidly in China were forcing people to pay much more attention to China than they ever had before. Instead of just being interested in business, they now had to be interested in the political changes that were rapidly transforming China from a dynastic Confucian state into one that was a republic, modeling itself on the Western modern nations of Western Europe and the United States. And that stage, of course, being a Nanyang Chinese was a kind of new identity for the Chinese to look at and say whether they were or not. Some were given no choice. In fact, by law in China, the national position was that everybody born of a Chinese father was a Nanyang Chinese. And this, of course, created a tension between those who had settled or those who did not intend to return that rapidly or to identify with the politics of China, to have to make big choices, and affected their activities in Singapore. The changes after the war was even more significant. Suddenly, the colonial powers were gone. The Chinese were faced with new nation-building efforts on behalf of local nationalists who had different ideas of what the Chinese should be allowed to do and why not stay in their countries. A different set of choices had to be made. And that, of course, was a period which lasted for about half a century too, starting from just before the war to at least the 1960s and 70s, when the tension was still on. It was not until the question of the Cold War itself, the ideological war, which didn't involve the Southeast Asia that much directly, but was above their heads. And because China had become communist after 1949, put the Chinese in Southeast Asia in a very awkward position for quite a while. That part of the story, I think you're all familiar with. What is so interesting to me is that the decisive moment when Singapore changed its future altogether, all that time, and I mentioned it, all that period that we talked about, Singapore was just simply a port city, either under some local Malay, Johor Empire jurisdiction, the Dutch and the British arguing about where Singapore should belong, and then the British colonial rule, very successful rule, making Singapore an increasingly important port city in the region. But that period, always based on the idea that Singapore was part of something else, either a part of the British Empire, part of an Anglo-Dutch agreement about how to deal with the region, or part of Malaya. And this final stage of being part of Malaya, or British Malaya, from at least the late 19th century and through to up to 1945 and on to 1957, was the overhanging identity problem for the Chinese, an identification with Malaya. And this is interesting that the Chinese were probably more ready to identify that Malaya that included Singapore than almost anybody else. They were very, very keen. In fact, I was always struck by the fact that the Chinese used the word Malaya from the 1920s onwards very cheerfully. And in fact, the first political party, really active political party in this part of the world was the Malayan Communist Party that the Chinese had founded, and that they used the word Malaya, identifying with Malaya from very beginning. But that Malaya always included Singapore. So Singapore, in a way, never was given a sense of its own identity. All that time, it was meant to be part of something British and then something Malayan. And that period, of course, gave a particular coloring to the way the Chinese were settling in Singapore. The local born in their relationship with this concept of Malaya changed significantly, of course, because of Singapore itself, but it was even more significant vis-a-vis the larger entity called Malaya. And the question again of this local born, their identification with Malaya, and the whole educational experiences of changing political circumstances became very relevant. For myself, what is really fascinating was once Singapore was separated from Malaya, the idea that Singapore was really quite different and Malaya had to go without Singapore and become Malaysia, something else altogether, then the question of the Singapore-Chinese history actually changes shape altogether. The focus changes. The nature of that history itself began to change. A sense of the Chinese in Singapore was a different story altogether from the Chinese of Malaya or the Chinese of Nusantara or the Chinese of Nanyang or the Nanyang Chinese. All those perspectives were shifted once Singapore became independent. But even more significant was that independence of a new country, a new republic that had a Chinese majority, but did not want to be a Chinese state, who insisted on being a plural society of migrant peoples, what added another dimension to the story, which led to, again, a completely new set of premises as to how this Singapore was to be. And it was interesting also for the first few decades of this republic, there was an actual reluctance to study the history of the Chinese of Singapore. And the reasons for this are very complex. I won't go into that. Many of you here are familiar with that. But I just want to draw attention to the fact that this tension lasted for about 30 years or so. It was not until the 1990s that you have a really fresh start in looking at the settled people, the local born of Singapore, a different lot of local born altogether. Not the local born that we now identify as Baba or Peranakan, but the local born Singaporean, a Chinese Singaporean, people who are now have memories, but only memories of what it was like before. And then what we find so interesting is a fresh start to the study of the history of the Chinese in Singapore in a very different context. And I think we're reaching a tremendously exciting period now. I mean, we all noticed in the last few years, the history of the general history of the Chinese of Singapore, first in Chinese and then in English. Both the two editors are here in the audience. And that is, to me, a sort of climax, a new mark, as it were, as to where the history of the Chinese of Singapore has now reached. But it is important to remind us that this is really a new start. It was really a different kind of history of the Chinese that we read about before 1965. In fact, we had very little between 1965 and 1995, in my view. Very uncertain and uneasiness around about how to deal with the question of Chineseness in Singapore. The recovery from that to understand that this new position is to stay and that this is a completely legitimate and not only legitimate, a necessary position for the historians of Singapore to take, that the Chinese of Singapore is a different story altogether today, is, I think, an exciting moment for all of us to bear in mind. What I have to say today about parallels, continuities, and what's new draws upon this background. And let me just briefly say that by parallels, I really mean parallels, but different. Similarly with continuities in a new frame, so to speak. And then finally, I'll ask the question, what's new? These are questions actually very much in my mind. So I'm not sure that all of you are interested in the same kind of questions that I am interested in, but these are issues very much in my mind. So what I'm going to say to you is not because I've done all the work necessary to give you the answers. What I'm really offering is a sharing of my thoughts and the questions in my mind of how to deal with issues like parallels and continuities. Let me start with parallels. I say parallels but different. And to make it easier for me to start to focus on the subject, I take on the question of the local born and the people who came, the newcomers, the Xinke from outside. That relationship, I think, gives us a good start to recognize the parallels. Because this, of course, was not a peculiar to Singapore at all. All over Nanyang, the Southeast Asian region, the same thing was happening. Local born and the newcomers. And the relationship between the two can be found in each of the countries that constitute the Southeast Asian countries today. And then the moment you start comparing them, you realize that there were marked differences. But let me say what they started out more or less the same. In other words, they started out as people who had no backing from their own state, for their own country. They were all on their own virtually, or different groups of merchants, and with some workers helping them to set up businesses around the region. And they were particularly successful in gaining the confidence of local rulers, whether they were Malays, Thais, or Vietnamese and others. They served their purposes by linking their businesses with the business interests of the rulers, and they created something like a Capitan system. I mean, we didn't use the word then, but it was a kind of indirect rule whereby the Chinese rule themselves with in the favor of the eyes of the monarchs, whether they were sultans, kings of Thailand, and so on. That relationship remained, and that was the basis on which the Portuguese, the Dutch later on, created the Capitan system as a way of giving autonomy to a set of Chinese leaders who were made responsible for their own community, whereas they were quite distant and separate from direct rule of the rulers themselves. And I think the colonial government found that also useful. They didn't have enough officials to control everything anyway. And it was, they did it for almost all the communities. Each one has its own Capitan, so to speak. But with the Dutch, who were the most ambitious in creating a colonial empire, much more so than the Portuguese at the time, whom they were rivals, they actually made that system into a much more important system because they were primarily concerned with developing a trade with China. They were very much interested in getting into the Chinese market, and they found the Chinese community tremendously valuable for them, and therefore gave tremendous authority to the Chinese capitans or mayors or lieutenants, whatever they call them, to look after their own community and make sure that their community all were on the same page, as it were, when dealing with the colonial and Dutch interests in the trade of Southeast Asia, as well as with China. And that was a very special relationship. I think we have enough material now to say that that was itself quite different from anything that was done before. But there was one difference, and then it goes to show that these parallels where Chinese were without backing from their own state and seeking new, as it were, leaders to follow, rulers to follow. And that was the case of the Philippines. And of course, the Philippines has always been an exception in our part of the world for many reasons, but largely because it was the Spanish that linked them up with the Latin American countries across the Pacific and pulled them away from the Southeast Asian region for quite a while. But when you look at it, then you can see that these parallels, because different people were involved, the Chinese themselves responded differently, behaved differently, and organized themselves differently. And in the end, if you take, again, the parallels of the local born, and you find, for example, sharp differences between the Chinese in Thailand, who related to the royal house, before and after Thaksin in the Chakra dynasty, and in the Philippines, between the Spanish and the changeover to the Americans. How the Chinese responded were quite distinct from the rest of the region. But even from within the Malay world itself, the Nusantara area, the whole of the Malay world, because of differences between the British and the Dutch, there were also significant differences. But the most important difference, I suppose one should recognize, was the question of religion. And that is that in the case of the Philippines, the Philippines were actually run very much by the Catholic Church in cohorts with the Spanish governor. And that, of course, determined the way the Chinese responded to the local-born Chinese had to become Catholics in order to own property. They had intermarried locally, and they became closer and closer to the local community as mestizos, but different mestizos, not the Spanish mestizos, but the Chinese mestizos, but sharing some of the legal rights that the Spanish mestizos had. And in that way, distinguishing themselves from the local Indios, but nevertheless still Chinese in the eyes of the Spanish and the Spanish mestizos, but so different from the Chinese elsewhere. And if you want to bring in the question of compare the religions involved, then you see that for the Chinese in places like Vietnam and Thailand and Myanmar, this was not an issue. But it was very much an issue with the Muslims in the Malay world. And that became the basis on which the Peranakan or the Babas of Indonesia and Malaysia shaped its sense of identity, which was so distinct again, quite remarkably different from the identities of all the other local-born Chinese in other parts of Southeast Asia. We have each have different names. I mean, Chinoy in the Philippines, Lok Chin in Thailand, or in the case of the Vietnamese, they even had a very special name from the early Chinese who settled there. They called them the Minh Xiang, Minh Hiong, which of course today they don't use the term anymore because they've all become Vietnamese. And indeed, in the case of Vietnam, they have become Vietnamese. In the case of Thailand, they have more or less become Thais. In the case of the Philippines, they have become actually identified with the Filipino. And the newcomers, the ones who don't entirely identify with the Filipino, are latecomers who came in only after the 19th century. So the 19th century change in migration patterns, of course, did affect the future development of the local born. The local born became very different. But the first batch of local born, it's themselves local born, but to call them all Chinese could be very misleading because they were very different. I mean, it's impossible for us to say that the Baba and the Filipino mestizos, the Chinese mestizos in the Philippines had that much in common at that time. And yet, in every sense, the self-identification as having been of Chinese stock or bearing Chinese cultural heritage and belonging to the Chinese family and some link, however vague, with the culture in China remain distributed around in very different proportions. And this itself, the proportions of Chineseness and the nature of the Chinese qualities that were selected to be retained and did actually succeed in continuing in the region is itself a fascinating story. Only in the Malay world, particularly in the Malay states of in this part of between Malaysia and the Sumatra, Java area, that you have a very clear case of Chinese religion playing a major role in determining the local born's sense of identity with China. No language to speak of, no language spoken in the home, food, clothing, especially among the women folk, were transformed. But what was retained was certain Chinese religion features of the society, which did not survive in either the Philippines or Thailand. Some of it did survive in Vietnam, but not for long. They were Vietnamized, as it were, very quickly. So that itself, the distinctive Chinese religion effect on local identity made the story of Singapore different because Singapore was in the middle of it. And was, in fact, as most people would agree, Singapore began by having these local-born, Chinese religion-based, and not directly influenced by events or developments in China who were determining the shape of a new local Chinese community. Self-identifying as Chinese, very proud to be Chinese, and in fact, necessarily doing so because it was as Chinese that they were most useful to the Dutch and the British at the time. And their status in these two areas became, in fact, strongly supported by the colonial rulers themselves. The business interests also were changing, but I don't want to go into details of that, but it's enough to notice how the Chinese operated in the Malay world, in fact, as very important arbiters between the Dutch and the Malay Javanese peoples in the area, whereas elsewhere, this was not the case. Yeah, elsewhere in Thailand, they were really operating as agents of the king himself. And of course, in the Philippines, they were operating quite separately from both the Spanish mestizos and the Indios, and had a special relationship with the Fujian, with their homeland in the Fujian, in Quanzhou in particular, in a very narrowly focused area of Quanzhou in particular, that was quite unique and cannot be found anywhere else. So these are parallels. They were all Chinese coming out of the same areas of Fujian and Guangdong, but performing very different roles, responding differently to their ruling elites, and emerging as different kinds of Chinese in the region. And I think this is important because Singapore then stood out slowly, gradually, coming out of all these differences, came out in a very special way, as I will now go on to describe. The Nanyang Chinese then became the focus of the new 20th century set of developments where both colonization and decolonization occurred, and in the nation building process, the challenge to the Chinese to somehow settle in this area. Now, this is a story by in itself. I won't go into the details of that. Enough to say that it is here where the relationship between the local born Babas or straight Chinese and the newcomers, Xinke, who very soon outnumbered them, out-businessed, out-traded them, and became dominant in the whole commercial world, and therefore gaining enough leverage to ease the local born gradually away from their dominant position that they held in the late 19th century. And now we come to after 1950. Once you reach that point when Singapore was on that tip between joining Malaya or not joining Malaya, this transformation, of course, affected everybody in Singapore. It did not affect the other people so much. Nobody cared at the time. It was, after all, a larger story was about to unfold. A Cold War involving ideological giants like the United States and the Soviet Union, and China was involved, and China's shift from the Soviet Union to the United States in the 1970s, all these had consequences, and I don't need to go into that. But I think what is important was the myth of a Nanyang Huaqiao community that the Chinese government wanted to present, that all these Huaqiao born of Chinese fathers were one and the same people and should belong to China, and China was responsible to all of them, was really quite a myth. When you really look down at the details, each community was functioning differently. But interestingly enough, the most loyal and most openly supportive of closer relations with the government of China were those in Malaya and Singapore. The reasons were quite obvious. They were the only areas where the Chinese numbers were growing faster than anyone expected. And in fact, by the 1950s, what was alarming to the, the indigenous aristocracies of the area was the fact that the Chinese population was, including Malay and Singapore, was half, in fact, possibly even more than half of the population. So that's a major change. And now take me finally to the continuities. I would be very brief here because the new frames are obvious. First of all, we have now a set of self-identifications which remain for the local born, but the identification by others as Chinese was now politically sensitive. Do we wish to be identified as Chinese in the course of nation building in the region? The continuities of being Chinese now dominated by the question of education. Who is in charge of education? I know there are tremendous studies on education, and the political sensitivities about education are really quite extraordinary and very delicate subjects indeed. But the major point to bear in mind is that the private sources of education were slowly being edged out by the determined efforts of new nations to control the education programs. Singapore is no different. In fact, Singapore was probably the most efficient and most politically determined to control the education process than almost any other country in the region. And that is a story by itself, and I could go on, but I think I'm running out of time. I won't go into that now, except to say that this question of who controls the education, who determines what is Chineseness in itself. We have tremendous arguments about what is Chineseness. First, the Chinese have one view, other people have different views, but often it is forgotten that in each country of Southeast Asia, in particular, although true elsewhere as well, in each country in Southeast Asia, those people who self-identify as Chinese actually regard Chineseness very differently than the others. And that difference itself, I think, is worth looking at very closely. Why certain kinds of Chinese characteristics are valued more and valued less somewhere else is something that I think needs further study. And I wish I could have more time to talk about that. But I think I better leave it now to just go back to the point that I will lead to what is new. Number one, what is new is that wherever the Chinese are, if they settle, and now the local born are no longer the Babas or the Chinois of the past, but are really a different kind of Chinese who are modern, who are responding to the nationalisms that they have identified with in their new citizenship in the new nations, and what they see as Chinese in China. Because what we can't get away from is the fact that China was changing so rapidly. And the rise of China within a few decades to a position of being regarded as a superpower, economic superpower, was something nobody expected. And that itself has a tremendous impact on how people are thinking, even though they may not articulate that problem openly, but the fact that they're responding to the changing nature of China is no longer a weak or a traditional state. It is now a modern, highly scientific and technologically clued up, financially and economically on par with almost all the powerful economies of the world, capable of, in fact, reaching out in every direction, and tremendously focused now on something that they had never focused on before, and that is that China's security and economic and, in fact, ultimately national interest was in the maritime realm. The fact that they used to depend on continental power was no longer relevant. The fact that need to be a maritime power has become uppermost in the minds of the Chinese planners. That itself has got fundamental impact, as it were, on the whole region, and not least on those who still see themselves as Chinese one way or the other, or who are seen by others, and not least by the Chinese government itself in its programs of influencing and relating to the countries in the region, as identifying those Chinese in the region, no matter how they see their Chineseness, as being essential part of China's relations with all these countries. That these Chinese who are new nations, and these new nations have a role to play is without doubt. Whether their role is to serve their nations first or to ultimately serve China is a question mark now, a question being asked by many powers. I don't doubt that the localized Chinese who have identified the new nations will serve their nation first. But at the same time, to serve their nation, or the greater service is to help their nations develop a good relationship, particularly a good economic relationship with China. And that task itself is so sensitive and so open to misunderstanding and misperception that it's always going to be a delicate task for the Chinese. And how this local bond, new local bond, not the old Barbas now, the new local bond, Singapore Chinese, respond to that has been studied by everybody. People are paying great attention, not least, in fact, I would say, the Chinese authorities in China, wondering what is the next stage for the region. So among these things, again, I can make a long list of what's new, but let me limit myself to a few things. I emphasize that Singapore is unique in a Chinese majority state that did not want to be Chinese and want to insist on a plural society, global city approach to a new kind of nationhood, which nobody quite know how to define. That is the Singapore dilemma, as it were. Now, given that dilemma, the new coming relationships with China, whether it's from new migrations, new developments in business, new political relationships, diplomatic and otherwise, the nature of the region itself, all that has come to play. Again, I can go on making a long list, but I will not go into that, but concentrate now on the question of Singapore in the region. Up to now, Singapore has always been seen as one hub in a chain of hubs that linked up the global economic system and established by the British, adopted by the whole of the American world order today, the international order today, and seen as being a very valuable position for Singapore to retain. Yet at the same time, the fact that the rivalries between the two competing powers today of the United States and China is focused so much on the South China Sea, on the fact that they have now looked upon the dominance, the hegemon position in these two oceans of the Indian and Pacific Ocean, places Singapore in a new position. It still remains part of that global chain of global hubs, as it were, of port cities, except that it is an independent and an independent republic, somewhat different. But what is even more interesting is that it has also become the hub, not just of a chain, the hub of Southeast Asia itself, the so-called ASEAN, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. Here, I think, is a very interesting, mutually existential problem between Singapore and the 9 other members of ASEAN. For the first time in history, this is now seen as a region, never before. I mean, the other people looked at the region for their own conveniences, but today, the nations in the region look upon itself as a potentially powerful region that can have a role to play in all the new developments of the 21st century. And here, the location of Singapore changes its nature altogether. It's more than just a part of a chain, one in the link in a part of a chain. It is the hub of ASEAN. And it knows that it can be used to serve ASEAN extremely well if it wanted to be. On the other hand, it can only survive now by being part of that region. It cannot hope to survive simply by being part of a global chain. That used to be possible when the hegemons were in London or New York and the chain was global, that was possible. But today, it is not, because the power dynamics of the last few years have made it very obvious that the economic center of economic activity is now moving to the Asian region. And therefore, the regional role of ASEAN has totally been changed. And Singapore's position has changed even more because of that, because its dependence on that regional success and the autonomy of the region becomes absolutely vital. In that context, the Chinese Singaporean now has to face a new set of potentially explosive issues, but potentially also tremendously vital to the future success of Singapore. Its unique position has actually increased. If one can make uniqueness even more unique, this is an extraordinary situation where the fact that Singapore has this particular groupings of peoples linked up with all the neighborhood, in the whole neighborhood, and yet at the same time with a majority interest in being Chinese and being capable of relating to everything that is Chinese and becoming part of this competitive force against the hegemon of the region. All these have now become issues which are troubling not only the two superpowers, but also all the countries in the region. And how Singapore survives in that so much depends on the wisdom of the leadership of those Singaporean Chinese, or to put it even more starkly, Chinese Singaporeans who played that role in the future is a matter of tremendous concern to everybody. In that context, the history of the overseas Chinese in Singapore is not just a history of any overseas Chinese. It's a history of a particular group of Chinese who have become increasingly peculiar to itself and has an increasingly distinctive role to play in world affairs. And this part, I think, needs us to better understand the long history of how the Chinese Singaporean evolved as a small local born community into the now something like 3 or 4 million local born community that makes Singapore today. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Professor Wang, for a fascinating talk that really set the stage for the entire symposium, placing the Singaporean Chinese within the long history of the Nanyang Chinese and bringing that right up to the present. I'm sure all of you have many questions you'd like to ask. We have about a little over 15 minutes or so for Q&A. So we'll take some questions from the audience, as well as those of you who are watching via Zoom can also use the chat function to send questions, and we'll try and get to as many of those as we can. So let me now open the floor for questions. Yes, please.
Well, thank you, Prof. Wang, for that insightful address. Could I ask you to extrapolate here? You have earlier on referred
I'm a bit hard of hearing. I'd rather you spoke without, so that I can hear you properly.
Yeah. Earlier on, you talked about China's awareness, pushing of this Huaqiao of Singapore, of the Chinese communities in the region as unique and one whole, as Huaqiao. How would you see that today? Does Beijing still see Singapore, all of us Chinese in Southeast Asia, as one Huaqiao community, or is Beijing aware, as you are saying, of the diverse and different affinities, identities of each of us?
One of the fascinating things about the relationship between the people in China, the leaders of China, and the Chinese communities outside, and not least in Singapore, is the fact that the Chinese leadership has always had difficulties understanding what the Chinese are like outside of China. This is not a criticism. It's simply the fact that they have too many problems of their own for too long. They've never paid much attention in the past. In fact, they paid no attention until the 20th century. And the attention they paid in the 20th century, or the second half of the 19th century onwards, has been to make use of the Chinese know-how, their wealth, and their connections to help China develop So the concentration was always on China's interests. There was very little interest in what the Chinese themselves were doing in Southeast Asia, except for among a few scholars. The political leadership did at one time pay some attention, but again, on how to make use of the Chinese expertise and networks to help China, rather than be interested in what the Chinese were like out there. What is interesting is that in the last 2 or 3 decades, there has been really serious efforts for the first time among more and more of the leadership, particularly in the provincial leadership in the south, but also in Beijing, the expert groups in Beijing, who now really do want to understand better what these Chinese are like in Southeast Asia. As they come to realize that the vast majority of them are now local born and identify with the new nations, and most of them are actually quite passionately loyal to their new nations today and are serving in various capacities in those new nations. How to identify these and pinpoint their interests and their willingness or capacities or ability to be of help to China is a problem that they now take very seriously. And they realize that they themselves have not understood these Chinese well enough in the past. They took for granted that they were Chinese, therefore certain things you can expect the Chinese to do. They now realize that that's no longer true. And the local born Chinese are very, very different from the Chinese in China today. They're now realizing that how different and how varied they are in the different parts of the region, they still have to grasp more firmly. But that has led them to do something that they should have done way, way back, and that is to understand the countries in Southeast Asia themselves. They never bothered because broadly they were just colonized by the British, the French, and the Americans and so on. But now that they're independent countries, and each of them have different, very different goals, different national interests, have political systems that are very different. Some in fact, so different that on the one hand, like Vietnam, which is more like the Chinese kind of system, to Myanmar, which is now, as you can see, back to a military system. Thailand has tremendous military impact. Indonesia is hovering between democracy and I think military intervention too. I think we have to recognize that possibility. And the very special position of the 3 British areas of Malaysia, Brunei, and Singapore. And Singapore in particular, totally different because of its large, huge Chinese origin, the Chinese Singaporeans. So they're now beginning to realize they can't simply talk about the Chinese and dealing with the Chinese. They have to recognize the national interests of all these 10 very different countries and recognize that their beginning to be of any influence in the region does not depend on their relations with the Chinese as they used to think, but depend on their relations with those nations. And to enable those nations to trust their citizens of Chinese origin so that these Chinese, ethnically Chinese nationals can serve their countries in helping to improve relations between them and China. The layers of understanding today, which were never there before in China, is now evolving and taken very much more seriously, and I think will continue to be very seriously developed in the future. And that is something, again, that Singaporean Chinese and others and the governments of Southeast Asia must take great care to understand what is precisely the Chinese, what are the Chinese steps to try and reframe their relationship with Southeast Asia with that understanding, the role of the Chinese, what they can and cannot do with those of Chinese origin in the region, something that I think they still have a long way to go before they can understand.
Thanks for that question, Professor Kwan. We'll take one more question from the live audience before we turn to the online audience. Yeah, Professor Lowe, Mr. Lowe.
Hi, Professor Wang. This is a question regarding different types of Chineseness, particularly among the within Southeast Asia. So you mentioned that, and you also talked about how the self-identity of Chineseness is related to or is linked to how the Chinese in Southeast Asia perceive China. So my question is, could you elaborate a little more about how you think the rise of China in the past few decades have affected the self-identification of Chineseness within different Southeast Asian countries?
That is a very big question. I actually started to look at it some time ago, but it is much bigger than I can cope myself. I think we need a team of people to go around the region to have an understanding of that. It really stems from the fact that I think there is the conception of arguing about what is Chineseness was placed wrongly. They always argued in trying to essentialize Chinese, to find out what is the core, the essence of Chineseness. That is a very abstract, philosophical, anthropological kind of study. What I think really we're up against is how different groups of Chinese scattered around the world understand the part of China or the things that things Chinese that they still identify with or want to retain. And that varies enormously. Just a few tests here and there, even around this region, I found that the differences are so great. I mean, what the Chinese in Bangkok or Chinese in Manila think about what parts of Chineseness that they should look out for is so different from what the Singaporean Chinese would be interested in. And if you go around and realize how different they are, then you see that this whole debate about Chineseness has been based on certain false assumptions. That if you identify the essence of Chineseness, then you'll be able to understand how people behave. I think it's a wrong way around. It actually should be the other way around. How self-identification, what choices do you make? You have choices. Each one of us makes choices about how Chinese, in what way am I Chinese, how I relate to it. I may relate to it in terms of language and literature, of art and other cultural artifacts, but other people might relate it in terms of political identity and the system of government, or completely reject it. The opposite can happen. They regard that as totally unacceptable, not a way of life that I want to have anything to do with it. And yet I am Chinese, and I identify with other parts of China. So the variations are just enormous. And I think this is something that still needs to be done. In fact, I do hope now new generations, they are beginning to do this, but not so systematically that I can understand it. So I'm struggling to understand the variety of what people identify with as Chinese around the place. And it's quite interesting. I mean, take a very simple example. I talked just now about Chinese religions was what locked the Baba community into a sense of Chineseness for at least 200 years. And that is very peculiar. Chinese elsewhere did not do that. And what are the reasons for that? And why have they given it up? When they gave it up, they became Christians, Catholics, Protestants, or a few became Muslims in some countries. Others have just become secular, totally secular, modern, science and technology, business, forget about religions, and if anything, more interested in the connections of secular material interests in wealth making and business, international, global economic institutions. So something else is happening all the time. And how you separate these, how that Baba identification of Chinese religions, once you broke free from that, the directions in which that community went is in itself fascinating. Not to say all the other new local bonds. The new local bonds are those who are born in Singapore since 1950, let us say. And they are identified very differently. They don't have that Baba background at all. They never totally identified with Chinese religions. They're always a mixed crowd, including people who identified with the May 4th movement, with progressive ideas in China, with socialism, communism, and all sorts of other things. And not even forgetting that there are small groups of them who still identify with Confucianism. Perhaps, again, even there, the complications are enormous. Those who identify with Confucius as a philosopher, those who identify with various Confucian practices, and those who identify with practices which can be described as Confucian, but really have nothing much to do with Confucianism. So the whole range. So if you start to dissect and look at each part separately, you realize this whole concept of identifying which Chinese and what is Chinese is really a very open question that we haven't even begun to fully understand.
Thank you. Amberly, do you have any questions from the online audience?
Hello. Yeah, we have quite a few questions coming in. So one interesting one is from Lin Wong. Lin asked, what is the new role of Chinese clan associations now in remaining relevant to Singaporean Chinese and better position us in the world with two superpowers?
I need some help. Can you tell me what it is?
Shall I repeat it with my mask off?
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a question from Lin Wong. Lin asked, what is the new role of Chinese clan associations now in remaining relevant to Singaporean Chinese and better position us in the new world with two superpowers?
About Chinese associations. Again, I'm very fascinated by how different kinds of Chinese associations have been established, how some are revivals of traditional associations, but not very successfully in my view. And in fact, many of them do not attract the young people, are mainly holdovers from the past, some with great nostalgia, some for very clear personal interests. There's the whole range is different. The active associations that really matter today are, quite frankly, those that have specific goals related to either political or economic ends. And in some cases, social contacts and social cohesion is a factor. But I think economic and political ends are the major reasons why associations are being created today. And those most successful ones are those who are more focused on clear political and economic objectives. And in that context, how these associations behave in different countries, again, are extraordinary. Again, I was surprised to see the range of associations that were revived after Suharto was removed. New democratic processes were introduced in Indonesia, and the Chinese reorganized many of the old associations, but with different functions, with different goals in mind, using institutions which have historical roots, but using them for totally different reasons for how those associations used to have before. So again, I've not done enough work on this to know where all this is leading to. All I would suggest is that we know this is happening, and I think it's important for us to, again, trace all the different groups again, not just to take them at their word that they're just another traditional organization, but to see what they're actually doing today as compared to what they were able to do. I mean, the perfect example in Singapore, and I know it's a sensitive subject, but let me just mention it, is the Chamber of Commerce in Singapore. I mean, when you recall how powerful the Chamber of Commerce was in the from 1904 to 1950s and 1960s, and then you look at what it is doing today, totally different function. But in many ways, it is structured in familiar ways. It looks the same. It is a beautiful building, and people gather there for similar reasons. But underlying it all, the nature of that association, its functions in the society, its economic role, its political connections with the rest of Chinese society, totally different from what it used before. So under the same label, the substance of what they do has changed quite radically in some cases. So I would like to look at these associations, I think, more closely at what they really are doing today. They may have the same name, but I think it would be wrong for us to assume that they're performing the same function. So I cannot generalize on that because I've only begun to pay more attention myself. But I do know some people have studied this, and I hope in the course of the discussion, other people who know more about this will give us specific examples.
We're just about out of time. If anybody has one last burning question they want to ask. Okay, yeah, one last one. Let's make it quick, and then back there in the back row.
Hello, thanks for. I was always thinking about a question. It's like does the identity and the inner classification of the dialect group disappear? If so, how did the overseas Chinese people locate themselves? If not, how did the boundary transfer? That's my questions.
Dialect groups.
Dialect group.
Well, as someone who deeply regretted the steady suppression of the dialect speaking peoples of Singapore, I actually welcome the affirmation of dialects that is going on. But at the same time, I recognize that it may be too late for some families anyway. I met people of maybe your generation who are fewer of your generation actually speak the dialect or even want to now. They can barely communicate with their grandparents in dialect, and they are actually much more comfortable in Putonghua, or even more comfortable possibly in English, but they no longer wish to return to that. So all I can say is that I regret that that happened. I actually wish dialects had remained. It'd be much richer to the languages, to the Chinese language itself in Singapore, and would have made it even more distinctive if there were major contributions from the various dialect groups towards a newly fresh Singaporean Chinese, as it were, to emerge. And this, of course, takes us a long way. The whole question of language and how it works takes us a long way. I was thinking very much of an analogous position of how Baba Malay was regarded by the Malays, by Chinese who thought that these people who can't speak Chinese are really more Malay than Chinese, and various opinions, to the much simpler debate, but very fascinating debate over Singlish. Because in a way, Singlish is the equivalent of like Baba Malay in the Malay world. Singlish is to the English, the standard English speakers, their attitude towards it. And yet it has a role to play, but can it survive, and how can it survive? And will it have to be something to be formally accepted, or it would just be allowed to evolve like all dialect groups or slang languages, which can evolve naturally? As a linguist would like to say, this is a good thing, it's a natural thing. Let people evolve, and these words will become eventually part of a new vocabulary and actually enrich the vocabulary of English in this part of the world. Now, all these are fascinating things. I do not know how they will end up to. All I'm saying is that language should not be, again, imposed in a very strictly regulated, grammatically correct form at all times. That's all right for certain purposes, official purposes, and so on. But for natural evolution of language among people who speak it as a first language, particularly as a first language, and how they speak naturally, should not be looked upon as either correct or incorrect. I'm on the side of the linguists here in saying that that is something should be allowed to evolve quite naturally, and see what it comes out at the other end. It may not be what you like, but it may be very enriching to the imagination and the creativity of new generations of users.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm afraid we'll have to bring the session to a close. So let's thank Professor Wong once again for a terrific opening keynote lecture to start our symposium off. So now we'll take about a 25 to 30-minute coffee break and reconvene at 10:45. Those presenters, please come with me. For a brief photo. For the rest of you, I'm afraid there's not really any coffee in this coffee break due to COVID regulations and all. But anyway, we'll look forward to seeing you all back in about 25 minutes or so. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. And now we'll proceed with our first panel for the day today, which is on the theme of Chinese education in colonial and post-colonial Singapore. Our first speaker in this panel, Professor Kwa Bak Lim, is a figure who looms large in the subject of today's symposium. His research focuses on the history of the Chinese community and its pioneers in Singapore, and he has long been active in community service and deeply involved in promoting the cultural values and historical heritage of the Singaporean Chinese. Currently, he is council member, cum chairman of the research committee of the Singapore Federation of Chinese Clan Associations, and he also serves as board of governor for NTU's Chinese Heritage Center, and as a member of the National Library Collections and Programs Committee, the Singapore Chinese Cultural Center's Academic Advisory Committee, and the resource panel of the Wan Qingyuan Sun Yat-sen Nanyang Memorial Hall. He also serves as a history consultant for the Quanzhou History Museum of Overseas Chinese in China, and as adjunct professor in Chinese studies at New Era University College in Malaysia. Over the past decade, Mr. Kwa has delivered lectures in China and Japan, both under the auspices of Singapore's National Heritage Board and at the invitation of the China National Archive in Beijing. He's been recognized by the National Arts Council and National Heritage Board for his pioneering contributions to the arts and heritage of Singapore, and received the prestigious Singapore Chinese Cultural Contribution Award for his contributions to Chinese culture in Singapore. He's the author and editor of many publications, including, most notably, editor of the original Chinese edition of the monumental and literally quite weighty work, 新加坡华人通史, General History of Chinese in Singapore, an incredible achievement documenting over 700 years of that history, published in 2015 to coincide with Singapore's 50th anniversary of independence. And he's also the co-editor of along with Kwa Chongguan, who will be speaking later today, of the English version of that work, published only 4 years later in 2019. So the title of Professor Kwa's talk today is An Introduction to the Chinese textbook used by the colonial government for the civil service. So would you please join me in giving a warm welcome to Professor Kwa Bakling.
Hi, good morning. Professor Wang Genwu. Good morning, everyone. 2 months ago, Professor Scott contacted me. He asked me whether I can present a paper in his symposium. I didn't reply to him immediately because during that time, I still thinking what sort of interesting topic I can share with you. So after a few days considerations, I replied to Professor Scott that this is the topic I'm going to present, and he agreed. An introduction to the Chinese textbook used by the colonial government for the civil service. This is a textbook I'm referring to. Why this textbook? What is the significance? And who are the persons using this book? And what happened to this book now? This is basically the 4 major points I'm going to highlight and share with you this morning. Before I go further, can we look at this photograph first? This building, I think all of you know, where is this building? But the important thing is that what is the connection of this building related to me, to my presentation this morning? So let me give the answer first. This is the map of strict settlements. Chinese call Sanzhoufu. Sanzhoufu, in fact, is a political system implemented by the British government in 1826. It lasts for 120 years and ends in 1946. Sanzhoufu consists of 3 places: Singapore, Penang, and Malacca. Originally, the capital was in Penang. In 1832, the capital was moved from Penang to Singapore. This is the flag of street settlements. So after the setting out of Sanzhoufu, there are so many immigrants come to Singapore. And as the population is getting larger and larger, the British government has decided to manage this group of people. So they set up a Chinese protector, or called protectors of Chinese. And at the same time, the Qing government, which means the China government, also want to take care of these overseas Chinese. They set a Chinese council here. This is Pickering, the first Chinese protector sent by London to Singapore. This is his office, Chinese Protectorate. This is a picture whereby I showed to you in the beginning. This building currently is used by the subordinate court in Harold Road. This is a Chinese council to Singapore. He's a career diplomat, and he stayed in Singapore for 13 years. Because these two persons are doing the same job, actually they are managing the overseas Chinese. And due to the nature of their duty, the two used to conflict. So from the survey, we find that the conflict actually is the overlapping of portfolio. In fact, it's not. This is a political rivalry or so-called political context. They are trying to impose their influence and leadership over the Chinese community in Singapore. So in order to better manage this group of Chinese community, the British government, or so-called the Chinese Protectorate, has decided to compile a book to train the civil servant. This book, you see the title of this book is very long. A textbook of documentary Chinese, specially designed for the use of the civil service, member of the civil service in the street settlement and the protected native states. This is a protected native state. Those colored in red were street settlements. This is the original copy of Sanzhoufu Wenjian Xiuqi in Chinese. And in Singapore, there's only one copy, and it's currently kept by National Library. So these 3 volumes, they are all together total 7 chapters. The first volumes, there are 2 chapters, petition and proclamations. Second volume also has 2 chapters, letters, incident. The third volume got 3 chapters, forms, dispatch, and memorial. A total of 383 documents was collected and in this Sanzhoufu Wenjian Xiuqi. This book was published in Singapore in 1894, which is 127 years ago. And the editor was G.T. Hare. You look at this book, actually, it's quite a large book. The length is 29.5 cm, wide 23 cm, thick 4.2 cm. If you take a look at this book, apart from the content page, which is in English, the rest of the book are all in Chinese. And you can see that all the Chinese texts are written in the classic Chinese Wenyan Wen, and is in the complicated Chinese character 繁体字 without any punctuation, 没有标点符号. In front of this book, there is a memorandum, in fact, it's a foreword written by the editor. Basically, he said that what is the purpose for him to compile this book is because he feels that previously, for those material used to train the civil servant, actually is with no local relevance. So in order to enhance the knowledge of the civil service here, and also to better understand of the Chinese community in Singapore, and the Chinese so important, so he want to compile a book which is local relevant to train the civil servants. This foreword was written by G.T. Hay in May 1894 in Singapore. So we want to know who is this G.T. Hay. In fact, I myself know very little about him. I have searched all the material. I can only know that he was the assistant protector of Chinese. That is to say that he was the assistant to William Pickering, and he has a very good command knowledge of Chinese language. When he passed away in November 1906, there was a fundraising from the Chinese community, want to build a memorial hall for him, but the project didn't turn out. Reason unknown. This is a press cutting of the Singapore Free Press dated 18 August 1891. Here there is some information about Hay, saying that he's in charge of immigration and he was the registrar of immigrants. I tried to search his photograph, but couldn't get. Bad luck. One day I went to Malaysia and accidentally I found him. So he is a young gentleman standing at the bedroom. Hay is G.T. Hay. So what is the significance of this book? As I mentioned just now, this book is specially made to train the civil servants in the street settlements. The book covers a wide range of material, including Qing Dynasty official correspondence, extract of local Chinese newspaper, petitions, office notice, commercial correspondence, miscellaneous. And this textbook, the purpose of this textbook is to enhance the knowledge of Chinese politics, economy, and society for the civil servant working in Singapore. So let me quote a few examples to describe how important of this book. Take a look at this building. This building is called Tongji Yiyan, the Singapore Tongji Medical Institutions. There is two schools of thought concerning its formations. One said that Tongji Yiyan was formed in 1867. The other said that Tongji Yiyan was formed in 1885. There is a difference of 18 years, which is correct. Which means that these 2 years, which year is the correct year for the formation of Tongji Yiyan? We make a check at this Sanzhou Wenjian Xiuqi. In chapter 1, petition document number 1, we found that there is a petition to the Chinese Protectorate to apply for the formation of Tongji Yiyan. But unfortunately, this document has some pitfall. Why? Because the document is undated, without date. We are not able to know the actual date, the actual formation date of Tongji Yiyan. We can only know that the predecessor of Tongji Yiyan was Tongji Yise. The original location is at 31 North Canal Road. The applicants were Ho To Seng and others. So how to find the actual formation of Tongji Yiyan? We make a check at another chapter. That chapter 4, document 34. In this chapter, it spells out very clearly the rules and regulations of Tongji Yiyan. You see, all are written in the complicated Chinese character. Unless you are very good in Chinese, otherwise very difficult for us to understand. In this document, there are 4 elements here to confirm. That means the founding situation of Tongjiyan, the social background, and then the first sincere to station in Tongjiyan. Importantly, the date of establishment is confirmed as 1885. But currently, Tongjiyan say that they are forming in 1867. Even I told them it's wrong, but they never change. Just now we mentioned Pickering, the first Chinese potato in Singapore. Something bad happened to him. In one day of the year 1887, a carpenter, a Teochew carpenter, by the name of Chua Sui. It's not Ong Ah Sui. Ong Ah Sui is selling bak kut teh. It's Chua Sui. He carried a weapon, which is an axe, and went to Pickering's office and threw the axe at Pickering. So Pickering was seriously injured. And because of this so-called terrorist attack, the British government was very angry. They think that the attack could be due to the connection of secret society. Therefore, they imposed a ban on the secret society. This one can be found in chapter 2, document 22, indicate that from now on, the secret society is a secret society until today. This document is dated 1st July 1890. So the 1890, the year of 1890, become a very significant year in our study of Chinese Canon Association. This year is very remarkable. And 4 days after the announcement of this ban on secret society, there was a government gazette. Then Pickering retired, went back to London, and subsequently he passed away because due to the attack, the injuries. We know nowadays Chinese always celebrate extensively for the summer moon Hungry Ghost Festival. In fact, this custom has been on for the past 100 over years. In this document, chapter 4, document number 37, it spelled very clearly that 100 over years ago, how our ancestors celebrate the summer moon festival. So it's quite interesting, actually more or less the same. Today we have Ge Tai, singing song. 100 years ago, although there's no Ge Tai, but there's a Wayang show. The next question is that we will be wondering, how come the civil servant, those are more 100 over years ago, they are so good in Chinese? Now we always complain that Chinese language is very difficult to study. Why those are more, they are so good and can study Chinese so well? We know that the British government has a very strict system in selecting the expatriate civil servants. So those people want to work overseas as an expatriate, they are very good in all the languages. They are more than bilingual. The first class civil servant, they say where? They send to India. Only the second and third class people come to Singapore, or in Singapore and Malaya. And these people are so good that after their retirement, they apply their knowledge, local knowledge, and convert themselves to an academic staff. And a lot of people, after their retirement, they teach in the university and become a very famous scholar. I got 2 examples here. The first one is Wayne State. We have a Wayne State group somewhere in Newton Circle there. I remember in early 1970, when I worked in HTV, there was a Wayne State estate, also somewhere near Newton, is under my management. Therefore, I know Wayne State very well. And Wayne State was a civil servant. He first came to Malaya in 1902 as an admin officer. And he's very good in the study of the Malay language and the Malay history and customs. After his retirement, he teach in the University of London. His famous book, this is Wayne State. His famous book is a Malay dictionary. So you can imagine the Malay dictionary It's not run by Malay, but run by the British. Another person, Peter Purcell. Those who have studied overseas Chinese, I think Peter Purcell is not strange to you. He is also a public servant and working in Malaysia. After his retirement, he teach in Eastern history at Cambridge University. So today we know Peter Purcell is not a civil servant. He was a historian, a very famous historian. This is Peter Purcell. His book is The Chinese in Modern Malaya, Malaya Hollands. What happened to this textbook now? Just now I mentioned it, there are 3 volumes, 7 chapters, a total of 383 documents was collected in this book. So out of these 387 documents, we selected 162 documents, which is relevant to Singapore and Malaysia. And we come up with a new version. This project was carried out and done by the FACCA. This is the office in Toa Payoh. I am the research committee chairman. Work together with a professor in the New Era University College in KL. Both of us, we took 2.5 years to compile this book. This is the book here. I'm not coming here to sell this book, but I just want to introduce that this is a very useful historical material. It's currently under use. So just to draw the awareness of this book, the actual size of the original copy is the same. We just don't want to change the original history. It's actually the same. But we have actually converted the complicated Chinese into simplified Chinese, and then we underline it, we put the punctuation there and type it out easier for you all to read and understand. There is also an original copy put as an attachment of this book. And the Chinese newspaper are so happy to promote my book. There was a special write-up, the whole page last month. So this ends my presentations. I hope you enjoy. And for the next 10 minutes, I am going to present you a documentary. This documentary was taken in the year 1938, or 83 years ago. And when Singapore was still under the system of straight settlement. Let's see how the old Singapore looked like.
Okay, well, we set that up. Let's give a round of applause to Professor Kwafner.
Anyone helping me to do the video?
1819, only a little over 100 years ago, Stamford Raffles, a far-sighted official of the famed East India Company, realized Britain's great need of an important base in the Indies for and against advice and wishes of his company, secured by agreement from the Sultan of Johor, an island off the extreme southern tip of the Malay Peninsula, and here founded Singapore, a settlement destined to become, within less than a century, one of the greatest commercial ports and the most strategic point of the British Empire. Singapore, but 77 miles north of the equator, is at the crossroads of Australia and India, South Africa and China, and as military base and home of the combined British Far Eastern Fleet, is rightly considered the Gibraltar of the East. Garrisoned at Singapore are regular seasoned troops composed of European, Indian, and Malay units. Finest and most efficient air force in the Far East, both as to personnel and equipment, is stationed at Singapore, with aerodromes unrivaled in the Orient. The busy harbor and waterfront, the fine buildings and crowded modern streets bespeak her importance as a free port and the greatest transshipment center in the East, where practically everything that is made can be purchased duty-free, with the result Singapore is one of the cheapest shopping centers in the entire world. Much of the plan of the present city is due to its founder, Stamford Raffles, and the square which is the heart of its business life bears his name. On it face many banks, offices, retail and commercial establishments, and through it during the business day passes a steady stream of pedestrian and vehicular traffic. To protect motor cars against the direct rays of the equatorial sun, cloth covers are often used. Of Singapore's estimated population of 500,000, more than 55% are Chinese, though the majority are coolies and laborers, and their commercial interests are vast and of the greatest importance. Some originally immigrants from China, and others descendants of the pioneers who came to trade when Raffles established the settlement. In addition to the great percentage of Chinese, Singapore's population is also composed of numerous other Orientals and Occidentals, all parts of the world. And it is claimed no less than 26 languages are used in conducting normal business. The cosmopolitan population works and lives together in harmony and religious freedom. In one street is seen an imposing Chinese temple, and within a short distance stands an elaborately carved Hindu place of worship. The Muslims, and there are many, bow toward Mecca beneath snow white domes of a mosque of the Prophet. Dividing the city, Singapore's river presents an always changing scene of busy activity. Many small lighters and trading junks tie up at quays to unload or discharge their multitudinous wares. or lie empty in midstream, awaiting cargo. The shipping activity is even heavier upstream, where the river is narrower and the quay is more congested. The Chinese believe their boats must see where they are going, so large eyes are placed upon the bows. In pleasing contrast to the crowded Oriental sections are the open spaces of the European areas, with wide, splendidly paved boulevards, tree-shaded avenues, and modern buildings. Paralleling the harbor is Connaught Road, one of the finest drives in the city, and comparable to any similar thoroughfare in Europe. At the edge of Raffles Plain, and fronting eastward to the sea, stands the imposing cenotaph, silent memorial to Singapore's World War dead. Overlooking the plain is the Victoria Memorial Hall, and nearby, the stately municipal building, one of Singapore's newest constructions. Adjacent is St. George's Anglican Cathedral, also facing the plain. All parts of the city are served and connected by well-paved roads, convenient arteries for those who live in the suburbs or in the beautiful residential section of Tanghead. The governor's mansion stands upon a hill commanding an unobstructed view of the entire city. Unpretentious, yet spacious and comfortable, are many of the homes built in an older architectural style, with great open arcaded verandas serving as living rooms in this tropical city. Social life in this thriving Crown colony is always full and varied, with garden parties, dinners, races, sports meets, and dozens of other activities. A gathering place is Raffles Hotel, one of the most renowned hostelries in the East. At tiffin time, the midday meal hour, the veranda of this well-known rendezvous is always crowded with those who come to enjoy cooling drinks, fine music, and pleasant companionship. The colony proudly boasts of one of the finest and most modern swimming pools in all the East, the Singapore Swimming Club. Children as well as adults bathe in the cool, filtered seawater which flows continuously through the two spacious pools. Devoted and loyal Chinese servants called amas watch over and care for the European children. On the balconies of the clubhouse, or the terraces overlooking the peaceful waters, members and guests relax and enjoy the refreshing breezes which blow from the Straits of Malacca or the China Sea. Here on this tropical island, which was once but an impenetrable jungle, along the coast of which ships of the past sailed with timidity, England has built a great city and established for the trade of all nations a mighty guardian in the East.
Well, certainly a very interesting glimpse and an interesting take on the life in early 20th century Singapore. We'll bring Professor Kwa back on a little bit later for the question and answer session, but now let's move on with our second speaker in this panel, another heavyweight in the field, Professor Huang Jianli. Professor Huang is Associate Professor of History at the National University of Singapore, and he is concurrently also a research associate at the East Asian Institute. And in 2011, he was honored as the Li Gongqian NUS Stanford Distinguished Fellow in Southeast Asia. He originally earned his PhD on a Commonwealth Scholarship at Australia National University, where he some time ago wrote his dissertation under the supervision of Professor Wang Gengwu. Professor Huang's research straddles two related fields: the history of Republican China from the 1910s to 1940s, and China diaspora studies. He's the author or editor of several books, including his 1996 The Politics of Depoliticization in Republican China, Kuomintang Policy Towards Student Political Activism from 1927 to 1949, which was translated in Chinese in 2010. And more recently, his 2008 co-authored work on the scripting of a national history, Singapore and its pasts. His co-edited volumes include Power and Identity in the Chinese World Order, and Macro Perspectives and New Directions in the Study of Chinese Overseas. He's also published in a wide range of international refereed journals, such as Frontiers of History in China, Modern Asian Studies, Inter-Asia Cultural Studies, Journal of Chinese Overseas, and the Journal of Southeast Asian Studies. The title of Professor Huang's talk today will be Disappearing Chinese Vernacular Schools in Singapore, Post-World War II British Decolonization, and Li Gongqian's Failed Struggle. Would you please join me in giving a warm welcome to Professor Huang Jianli.
Hello, morning everybody. I'm very happy to be here to share this opportunity with scholars in this year NUS session. The topic that I've been chosen to speak this morning is on the disappearing Chinese vernacular schools in Singapore in the post-World War period, and had a lot to do with British decolonization process, as well as focusing on the man, Li Gongqian's failed struggle. I'd like to give you first an overview of the whole lecture itself within 30 minutes. So today, as you look around, there are no more Chinese schools per se in Singapore, with Chinese language as the major medium of instruction. Lee Kuan Yew and his ruling PAP government in 1987 had replaced all the vernacular schools with a national stream, teaching just purely in English as a first language. So second Chinese remained, but only as a very small part of the curriculum, within about an hour or two within the day or so. But my argument in this presentation is that we should not just focus on 1987 and what the PAP government did to Chinese education, but the story of the disappearing Chinese schools actually, or the disappearing process, should be traced to the much earlier years of post-World War II British decolonization, So we need to move backward to get a better holistic picture of things. So my presentation focuses on the difficult process of negotiation between the Chinese community and the British colonizing authorities over Chinese education. And I will use Singapore-based tycoon Lee Kong Chian and his endeavor as the prism to view the tension arising from the Chinese community's struggle for Chinese schools, funding, and autonomy amidst the restrictive British policies. Now, since I focus on the man itself, we need to remember that actually he took a very low profile in the pre-war period, but he plunged into political limelight and played a very executive role as Singapore transited from the British colonial rule to self-governing and finally to full independence. The path of Lee Kong Chian's struggle was far from linear. The shaping of post-war educational policy was in fact one of twists and turns. The eruption of political activism in Chinese school in the post-war period, 1950s or so, posed additional challenges for him. Eventually, the countercurrents proved too strong, with Lee Kong Chian staring at the status quo, defeat, and withdrawal. So that's my main argument for this presentation. So let me begin giving you an overview first of the situation of the British decolonization and Chinese education in Singapore. As you can see from the first presentation, Singapore was colonized since 1819 from British Raffles Landing in Singapore. And then when Malacca was regained from the Dutch in 1824, they formed the Straits Settlement. So Penang, Malacca, and Singapore became sort of the Straits Settlement in 1826 with Penang first as headquarters. In 1932, they moved the headquarters to Singapore, recognizing its premier importance even over that of Penang. And then the British transferred the rule, initially as government from India, then transferred a rule over from India to London as a colonial crown colony in 1867. And that British colonization process was interrupted during the war itself, in 1942 to 45 by the Japanese occupation. When the British came back, they knew it was the end of the day for them. So they put in the process of decolonization, right? So started as early as 1945. In fact, even before the war ended, they were doing some pre-planning in London itself. So 45, 46 onwards, they came back and started to put in place things. And then the Federation, first a Malayan Union scheme, which didn't work well, and eventually a Federation of Malaya scheme from 48 to 57, giving independence to Malaya. But this time, including Penang and Malacca, but detaching Singapore from the very scheme itself. So Singapore went on a separate path and was granted self-government only in 1959. And that's when the PAP came into power with Lee Kuan Yew leading the party. And then there was a formation with Malaysia, together in Malaya again with Sabah Sarawak, and then forming the Malaysian state in 1963, giving independence to Singapore, but didn't work out well. So we left badly after 2 years in 1965. So it bears reminding that this is the sort of colonization process of Singapore and how we struggled for independence. And in terms of population, demographic is very important, right, in many things. So at the point, it's important to remember that, in fact, the Chinese majority is the majority in population as early as 1930s, okay, from about up to 75%. So Chinese schools are a very important part of our history. And what happened is that the British essentially based a priority on Malay vernacular education, giving priority to the indigenous Malays, as well as to promoting a small group of English educated professionals. So that was a focus. As far as Chinese education is concerned, the British adopted in the pre-war period a minimalist, laissez-faire approach to Chinese education. Essentially, are left very much on your own, relying on mutual help and self-governance. So clans and native place, trade associations and all that took over. So there was earlier questions about the role of the clan associations and trade unions and all that. Now, this was before the war. What happened is things changed after the war. There was a sea change and very explosive pressure from that point on. Why? Because of the following number of three factors. First, the schools were damaged, very badly damaged as many other institutions by the war itself. And so the Chinese had to pick up the pieces all over again. And many of the Chinese businessmen actually lost their fortune, or substantial part of it during the war itself. So very limited financial resources and how to revive those forlorn and broken down school system. So that was the first pressure. Secondly, the Chinese schools resumption not only resumed, but also went on explosive growth, a very vast expansion. Why? Because the war delayed, 42 to 45, delayed the entrance of many schools into the education system. So they want to go back to the school system. So the enrollment number went up sky high. And post-war was also a period for baby boomers in Singapore. So population. And more than that was a layer of political awakening. So this is a post-war period. So the British were decolonizing. And so the idea was to give power of voting to the Chinese community. So the electorate was going through a political awakening process. And together with that was an issue of Cold War fear, because this is the Churchill making the statement about the Iron Curtain has fallen. Okay, so this is the beginning of Cold War. And so conflation between communism, although Russia is the main culprit, you also got communist China as well, becoming communist rule from 1949. So the conflation between Chinese schools and communist influence. So these are the various factors that make the post-war situation very unusual, very explosive. So the next section deals with introducing the man himself before we talk about his struggle. So Lee Kong Chian and about his trans-regional business empire and how he went into the sort of post-war political limelight. He was born in Nan'an County in Fujian province in 1893, came over to Singapore at the age of 10 with his father in 1903. He studied here for a little while and then get a scholarship, went back to China and studied again and came back again in 1911, entered the workforce. And he worked very well. He was talent scouted by the rubber magnate Tan Kah Kee and rose to the top management position within Tan Kah Kee's firm. And Tan Kah Kee even married his eldest daughter over to him in the year 1920. In 1928, he began to sort of decided to leave the Tan Kah Kee company and form his own company called the Lee Rubber, that's Nanyi in Chinese, okay, in the year 1928. So over the next few decades, this man actually built an extensive regional business empire, straddling over the region. So it's real sense of Southeast Asia in that sense, right? Singapore, Malaya, Sumatra, South Thailand was his base, although headquarters in Singapore. So by 1930s, he was among the wealthiest in Southeast Asia, very much known as a rubber king, as well as a pineapple king. These are the two epithets that applied to him. Not quite a major financier then, because the banking sector was dominated by the European bank at that point in time, including Hong Kong and Shanghai Bank. But he was already becoming a major player since OCBC was formed in 1932, or the Great Depression merger, okay? And OCBC was run partly by him, but also by professional manager, including the most famous one by Tan Chin Tuan, who is actually the foundation is sponsoring today's symposium, okay? In 1967, Lee Kong Chian passed away at the age of 74. So this is a background to him and his sort of trans-regional Southeast Asian business empire. Now, throughout this early period, although he was already becoming very well-known and very wealthy, he actually essentially kept a pretty low profile, okay? With deference partly to his father-in-law, Tan Kah Kee, who was a leading sort of person in the Chinese community. But if you look into the sources and all the reportings and all that, things changed quite dramatically when the war ended in 1945. In the war, when the war broke out, he was in America, attending a rubber conference, and he stayed there and gave some lectures in University of Columbia and all that. But he actually came back and very much ready to plunge into the thick of things, because by then, Tan Kah Kee has moved onward to China politics and eventually left for China in 1950. So he plunged into the whole forefront of social political activities, and what I have on the screen is a whole list of them. Advisory Council to the British admin, which put into place at the immediate war period, post-war period, August 46 to February 47. He also began to take up the presidency of the Chinese Chamber of Commerce again, one of the most important leading Chinese organization. This is his second presidency, he had one earlier before the war. He resumed the chairman of Chinese High School, which was interrupted by the war itself, taking over from Tan Kah Kee since 1934. He spoke out very much against the Kuomintang in China, trying to re-exert its influence over the overseas Chinese. He spoke out most importantly against the British Malayan Plan, the Malayan Union, okay, and the Federation of Malaya as well, which was forged since 1946. So they launched this Pan-Malayan Association of Chinese Chamber of Commerce against these two major plans of Malayan Union and Federation, and he was the president of the Pan-Malayan Unit. He even played a very major role in organizing the one-day Pan-Malayan general strike called Hatta in particular day 20th October 1947 to send a signal to the British that these two plans were not welcomed by the Chinese community. Okay, but it did not stop the British from actually going forward. Okay, well, following that, Malayan Federation was formed in 1948, and he attended the launch of the Malayan Chinese Association (MCA) in Malaya. Okay, in the year February 1949. He was from Singapore, but Singapore was excluded from that, so we were not part of that association. But he endorsed it, so he attended the launch. He also endorsed the UMNO launch, kind of a multiracial political alliance for independent Malaya in 1957. So you can see the whole series of things that he actually plunged into very active, direct political limelight after the war itself. So he is the leading man to look at this whole picture about Chinese education in the post-war period, how he played a very major role in negotiating the various educational changes. So the details are quite daunting, a lot of them, and essentially over disagreement over school land, what land should be given to the Chinese school to set up land, and you could pay for the government for the land, pay for the building of it, the cost of it, how much the government will play a role in it, operational grants, matching salary for teachers, language to be used in the schools, curriculum that should be used, student enrollment, management autonomy, etc. So these are all the very nitty-gritty things which they have to go and negotiate with the British government for greater space and autonomy for the Chinese schools. He headed the Pan-Malayan Guidance Committee for resumption of Malayan school, which was formed immediately, as you notice the date is June 1946. So almost immediately after the war, to respond to all this need to negotiate with the British colonial authorities. Initially, it was a very positive response from the British. They launched this thing called the Educational Policy in the Colony of Singapore, called 10-year educational program in August 1947. Very positive. They adopted this thing about, young children should learn mother tongue and at the primary school level. So this is something to be endorsed. So equity for all schools of all streams by the British, and very ambitious goal of setting up free primary schools with 100 public schools in 10 years, okay? So very positive in the point in time when they started off this negotiation. But then British encountered problems because of the stirring issues, money problems, extra, and also because of personnel changes, leadership changes in the Ministry of Education and all that. So very soon, in fact, it turned negative, okay? It turned negative with the following plan. You can see the name is still the same. The word 10 years is there, 10-year program, data and interim policy, September 49, and they issue a supplement to the 10-year program called data and interim policy of early 1950. And you look at the two plans, they use the same phrase, 10-year plan, but it was a real backtracking. It turned from positive to negative. The priority is no more equity, it's priority for more English schools, not for Chinese schools. And another negative thing came from, they issued 3 reports on Malayan education, about Chinese education in Malaya, because by then, Malaya was sort of become a federation independent. There's a Ban report, there's a Fanu report, there's also an education ordinance in 1952. So all these were very pro-Malay, pro-English education, okay? And pretty against the Chinese education. So Lee Gongqian has to be as a chair of the Chinese School Coordinate Joint Committee. They formed in 1951 to counter the British kind of approach to things. But it didn't stop the British from staying on path. They issued another white paper in December 54, which is also very negative. That is called Bilingual Education and Increased Aid, okay? They now say, okay, we believe in bilingual, we believe there's space for Chinese education, we'll give you some grants. But then they insist on having a new semester system, lesser hour for Chinese, more hours for English and all that, and a restructured curriculum. So again, Lee and his community had to respond. The Chinese Federation of School Management and Teachers, Dong Jiahui, launched on the 5th of December, 1953. So these are the sort of going forward and backward, but you can see the trend essentially from optimism to pessimism and to negativity. Okay? And as so things were difficult for him, things become even more so in the following years, because there was an eruption of political student movement in the Chinese school system. Okay, so this complication from a student political activism as the next section, beginning with the awakening in the May 13 movement of 1954, protests against the National Service Ordinance, which was put in place to recruit young people to join the military, the police force and all that, part of the thing about the Millennium Emergency Plan. So they clashed with the police, and there were barricades being imposed, hunger strikes as well in Chinese high school. So Li Gongqing was the chairman of Chinese High, if you remember the previous slides. So he also headed the Chinese Federation of Chinese Schools, management and teachers. He had to rush back. He was then overseas when this thing took place. He rushed back and he went to approach the students, talk to them numerous times and pleaded with the students to disperse and to return to classes, okay? So in a way, this is a very important moment. The way I sense it, it makes a very profound impact on Li Gongqing because it added to all the pre-1954 negativities that he was already feeling. And I think from this point, I think he can see the writing on the wall that was to his disadvantage. And my reading is that he began to decide that it's about time for him to retreat from a political limelight. But he executed the retreat a little bit over a period of time from 54 to 56, not immediately. So he still shouldered the responsibility for a little while more, which is to do with the following items. The Millennium Emergency was still ongoing, but the British felt confident enough to handle the communist problem. So they commissioned the Randall Commission, put in place a Randall Constitution in February 55, recommending major changes for the political landscape in Singapore. A legislative general election held in April 55, and then the Labour Front under David Marshall won the election. So his government took place in 55 to 56 period. And this is the period whereby you have got a major outbreak of student activism, labor activism as well, beginning with the April to May 1955, the so-called famous Hockley bus riot. The workers, together with student political activism, protested against some of the measures. Well, David Marshall's government responded positively. They convened an all-party report on Chinese education, okay, that we need to solve this problem in Chinese school, and they put out this report. The report was commissioned in May 55. Report came out in February 56. If you read the report, it's an all-party report, which means all party means representative from opposition and all that. And therefore, including Lee Kuan Yew himself was involved in that report. And it was in a way pretty positive, okay? There's a place under the sun for Chinese education. So it was a positive thing with that report by the David Marshall government. But barely 2 months later, it turned negative, okay? When it went through a government process, away from the all-party thing. So this is a government process. 2 months later, in April 56, they put out a white paper on education, which is negative. But this is an important foundational document, okay? It became a document of which the following Prime Minister from David Marshall, Chen Yu, Lim Yew Hock took over, launched the 57 Educational Ordinance, which is adopted in a way very negative against Chinese education, and it's adopted and entrenched by the Lee Kuan Yew and his PAP English educated elite, even after they took power in June 1959. So this whole thing actually signaled the end of the policy struggle and the beginning of the end of Chinese education, because essentially it still recognized the premier importance and the prioritization over English schools. So to conclude, I would say that the termination of the sort of Chinese medium school under Lee Kuan Yew's PAP government in 1987 is a very complex story, okay? A lot of people blame the PAP and the government, which they have to shoulder part of the blame. And of course, together, this is a story of the Nanyang University as well, right? So this thing people remembered for the sort of the end, the closure of the Chinese education. This is the story of primary and secondary school, and then the university story, Nanyang University is another part of the story. So the focus is very much on Lee Kuan Yew, PAP, and Chinese education. But the argument I make in this presentation is that it has its beginning point in the post-World War II British decolonization process of the late 1940s and 1950s. The future of the Chinese vernacular school and the granting of citizenship to overseas Chinese settler had emerged as the two most important interrelated concerns in the post-World War II period, and tangled with this whole issue about new nation making. The post-war resumption and the expansion of the Chinese schools amidst the limited community resources had led to a reversal of the self-help approach and a very loud demand for direct and urgent government help. But I think it's very important to remember the whole context, that if you look into the details, their rallying cry was not for special privileges for Chinese ethnic education. Not that. So the term Chinese privilege is being very much voiced today, right? Amidst all these things about, going back to the Malay war and all that, and against the majority Chinese kind of thing. So the white Chinese privilege being evoked all the time. But actually in this context of the struggle, important to remember that rallying cry is not for that special privilege for Chinese ethnic education. What they were arguing for was for parity, a parity framework of equal funding for all schools of all streams, regardless of whether it's Chinese, English, or Malay, or Tamil. And yet, while retaining a degree of autonomy so that they can run the schools with the school management boards. Now, in the post-war years, Lee Kong-chian plunged into political limelight, as you have witnessed, in defense of Chinese education. He was in the forefront of it. And we all learned that his path of struggle was far from linear. Actually, his negotiation for a better educational policy was one full of twists and turns, as you can notice from a timeline that I lay out for you. And it's complicated very much by the eruption of political activism in Singapore, in the Chinese school system. And the countercurrents eventually proved too strong and unfavorable against the Chinese schools, okay? So this is where he beat a retreat, okay? So as early as 1954 to 56, Lee Kong-chian actually saw the writings on the wall and opted to retire from direct business operation and to fade from other social political activities. From then on, he kept a minimalist public profile then after, one of which to be the Chancellor of Singapore University in 62 for a brief 2-year period. So which is why in today's University Hall, just further down the road, you have our new University Hall building. One wing is Lee Kong-chian, the other wing is Tan Chin Tuan, okay, who actually helped him to run the OCBC. So both of them actually associated with this story of mine, all right? So this retreat was arguably very closely tied to his disappointment and anguish in not being able to negotiate a better deal for Chinese school, okay? This is not explicitly stated, not spelled out by him, but this is the way I read the way the history unfolds. So in short, Chinese schools in Singapore have been increasingly locked onto the path of disappearance since the end of World War II by the lack of British support, by Cold War conflation between Chineseness and communism, by parental preferences, and by ethnic politics of nation-making as framed by the emerging local English-educated political elite. Thank you. Yeah, sure.
Okay, now let's invite both Professor Hong and Professor Kwa back to the stage for some Q&A. Another microphone? This one? So we've just heard a couple of wonderful talks on the history of Chinese education in Singapore, and we have about half an hour for question and answers. So maybe should we start with a question from the online audience? Amberly, are we ready for that?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think we can start with just one question from the Zoom Q&A. So one question is, can Chinese education be revived in some form to preserve the Chinese culture of the modern time? I guess this question is open to, maybe it applies more to Mr. Huang, Professor Huang. Yeah.
The The question is whether Chinese education can be revived, right? So in the context of today's talk is about schools in teaching in Chinese medium, right? Which is called Chinese schools. So in that, putting that question in that context, my answer would be no, okay? Because we have traveled too far down the road, whereby, the school system has really been totally changed. And so I think schools, Chinese schools teaching in Chinese as a main medium is not likely to be revived, okay? So I think it's about the degree of the mastering of Chinese language, Chinese culture, Chinese history. That is the sort of heart of the matter. And in that context, there is a bit of hope for revival, although we have gone down the path quite precipitously to the point that many in the community, especially the Chinese community, feel that we are becoming more and more a monolingual society. Okay, so while the government has been beating the drums of bilingualism throughout all these years, actually it's on a path of decline, and almost that we're becoming a monolingual society with Chinese mastery of Chinese really down to a very low point, almost to a terminal point. But I would say maybe there's a way to sort of preserve a bit of the optimism. And in that sense that, in a way, Chinese bilingualism may have failed with, bilingualism command of Chinese may have failed with a large number of people, but there's still quite a core group of Singaporeans who's able to sort of ride that wagon of bilingualism and maintaining that sort of double mastery over both English and a second language. So, and then with the rise of China today, with the economic opportunities, cultural interaction and everything, so that's also a second source of hope. A third source of optimism would be in terms of the new migrants, which is there's a group of migrants that's coming in, some part from other parts of the world, but there's also a substantial portion coming from China. So in that context, I think the mastery of Chinese language, history, culture, and everything might be sort of having a possibility of really turning away from the lowest point and picking up again. That would be my response. Thank you.
Okay, question from the audience now? Oh yeah, Mr. Lowe, please.
I have two questions, one for each speaker. So for Mr. Kwa, I wanted to find out whether from your research, did you manage to understand whether or not the British colonial officers themselves found the book that you mentioned to be helpful to them in governing the Chinese here in Singapore? And then for Professor Huang, I'm curious to know a little bit more about Lee Kong Chian and why you said that he was actually against two things. One, he was against the Kuomintang's influence or intervention in local politics here, and why, secondly, he was also against the British idea of Malayan Union.
Anyway, thanks, Wei. I forget to mention that the publication of this book is with the support of SCCC Fund. Thanks a lot. Anyway, I find that the British government, in fact, they are better than us in knowing the Chinese culture. So there are many reasons. I think we always say that "Kaki tai tang bang lai." You yourself manage yourself, and then actually it's not a good thing. British as outsider, they look at you differently and they can treat you very fairly. So you can see that during the colonial times, the Chinese educations, the Chinese school actually is in fact booming. That was after when the Second World War, when they tried to fighting for the independence. From then onwards, the Chinese education system go down. I know whether Chendi agree with me. Okay, I think this is my answer.
Okay, as for the sort of question with two subparts to me on Lee Kong Chian himself, yes, the context of it is that when you talk about China politics influencing overseas Chinese, the heart of the highest drum beat of it started in the 1920s and 30s under the Kuomintang, when the Kuomintang came into power in 1927-28 in Nanjing, with Chiang Kai-shek in power. So that's where they started the drum rolling of really getting all the overseas Chinese, mobilizing them. Although there was a part earlier by the late Qing, but really the height, really drum beat height was around that period of time. So they were interrupted by the war, and then they tried to pick things up after the war itself. So the part that I talk about is after the immediate after the war, 1945 part. And what happened in that period was that there was really a civil war going on between Kuomintang and the Chinese Communist Party, and more or less resolving in favor of the Communist Party. And so this is one part of the change in the political landscape in China at a point in time. And also it has an impact on the local context, because local context and global context, in the way the world is actually turning left in a way after the war itself, including in Britain, at least government, the Labour government came to power. And so what happened is that in Singapore community, there's a major section under the leadership of Tan Kah Kee began to turn in favor of the Communist Party instead of Kuomintang. So he was in a way very much standing on that side of the group, together with his father-in-law, together with a substantial group of Chinese community who were beginning to view Chinese Communist Party as a more favorable, viable political party than compared to the Kuomintang. So when the Kuomintang tried to revive all these things, getting Southeast Asian to be elected into the Legislative Council and all those things, he was opposed to that in that sense. But he was different from his father-in-law in the sense that he did not opt to go back to China. He actually preferred very much to be planted within the local context. So this provides the answer to your second question as to why Lee Kong Chian was against the Malayan Union and against the Federation of Malaya. Because as Prof. Wang in his speech sort of hinted at, is that what happened is the World War II and Japanese occupation has really unleashed the feeling about Malayan consciousness, about being in this part of the world long enough to be part of this world and separate from that of China. So therefore, tearing Singapore out from the Strait Settlement from Penang and Malacca and forming Malayan Union and the Federation of Malaya is a wrong thing. We are, in fact, Malayan as part of the whole thing. So the degree of Malayan consciousness is very much reflected in that. In fact, he went even further. He actually wrote a piece in the London Times in 1940s, before the war ended, or just about when the time war ended, to propose a federation of Southeast Asia. So he actually wrote a little piece that recommending formation of the Federation of Southeast Asia, inclusive part of Thailand, of which his business empire was, and Indonesia as well. So very much reflecting his kind of trans-regional business empire that he suggested that. So that would be the answer to your question. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Let's take another question or two from online.
Yes, I think I can pose two questions. The first one is a really quick one. Many people are asking where they can access the video clip that Mr. Kwa showed just now. And the second question is it possible to draw a parallel between the Malaysian Chinese school system and the Singapore Chinese school system? Why is it that the Malaysian Chinese schools can survive with minority Chinese population in contrast to Singapore as with its majority Chinese population?
So I answer your question first. They are asking for a video clip, is it? Can we share or not? So I passed the copy to Professor Scott. So let you decide. Okay.
Well, we're after all part of the one world, right? The Malayan consciousness and all that. Singapore and Malaya has always been one. So this Chinese education issue is really sort of staring at us, point blank in a way that in the end, we saw become an independent nation. There's a causeway link, but it's a very tenuous link and really developed into two different worlds altogether. And Chinese education is part of it. And the irony is that here we are in this little island with 75% of Chinese, and yet we could not keep the Chinese school education system going. And yet over there, where they were becoming, they were started point in minority, and then the numbers were dwindling and dwindling. And yet today, if you go across to Malaysia, you can see a very festive kind of a struggle going on, and they're keeping it alive, They still got the Chinese schools teaching system, management board system, the Chinese schools. In fact, the Chinese school system they have their own set of problems. Of course, it's not really all easygoing, but they were still alive and well. And sometimes even the Malays parents decided to opt to send their children to those Chinese schools so that they can really master real bilingual education. In fact, it's more than bilingual. If you look at the Malaysian system they produce, actually they easily beat Singapore anytime. Okay, our bilingual is not real. Their bilingual is more than real because it's trilingual. Okay, they can speak Malay, they can speak English, they can speak Chinese, and you throw in the dialect, it's really multilingual. Okay, so they have been able to do that. So we have not been able to do that, and this is all kind of the historical baggages and the way we have, the political leadership has charted our path. Unfortunately, I think we have gone down too far now. We are more than 50 years since independence, so it's very difficult to reverse the situation. So in response to the first question too, I don't see a reversal, but maybe not as bad as today or so. Hopefully things will be better, but the system is really very ironic that in a way we have failed over here, but they have more or less succeeded. They have their own set of problems, not an easy path, but relatively comparatively speaking, they have succeeded more than us in terms of keeping the Chinese education school system alive and well.
Okay, next question here.
It's okay. Thank you very much, professors, for the talks. I actually have two questions, one for each of you. So for the first presentation, it's kind of interesting for me personally to see you say that the British who are kind of removed from the intricacies of the cultures of the Chinese communities within Singapore were more competent, according to you, in kind of the managing of public service. Why is that so? Like, why is removal better? Because these are the same British people that in the very problematic quote in the video said, oh, the very loyal Chinese servant is helping the European little children not drown in the water. So it's not really, in my opinion, a benevolence, but why is it successful in your opinion? For the second one, to which extent is multilingualism in countries beneficial? I come from Tunisia, which is also a trilingual country, and I don't see it as a benefit at all. If anything, I see that most students in my country fail to master any of the three languages that we learn, French, Arabic, and English, and we fail to communicate them equally. Why is that a useful skill to have? I am of the opinion that the monolinguality that Singapore is going towards is much better. So,
your question is very interesting. In fact, I also think, British, we so-called British Empire, in fact, it's not simple. British actually is a very small island, and he can control the territory which is very much larger than his country. There must be some reason. And when I compare the book with Professor Kwa Zhongwan on the Chinese history, in fact, put it this way, I love colonial government. There are so many systems in place by the British government, and until today, we are still practicing it. A lot of things, if they see any wrongdoing, they will come up with certain law. Certain law is actually, you want to play the game with me, I set the rule for you. So this is one thing. Secondly, that they emphasize on the educations. So you can see those civil servants sent from London to Singapore, Malaysia, or India, they are all well educated. And they want to emphasize, if you want to manage this group of people, you must know their culture, their language, their custom. For Pickering himself, he can speak Hokkien. He can speak Hokkien, and then he knows Chinese. Like our Professor Scott, his Mandarin is very good. It's better than me. Even the way So emphasize on education, on culture, and make sure that the civil servant understand and immerse in the local, so-called local Chinese community. That's very important. You can see that the British officers, they go around, just now taking a photograph all with the local Chinese. I think that makes sense for them to go for a better management of the local Chinese community. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for your question. It's a bit surprising that you did make a declaration yourself that you come from a country that is actually more multilingual. And then in your experience in Singapore, you actually like the environment, you're better in being more monolingual, right? So I find that very surprising. But I suppose there's a logic to what your stand is, because there's this famous phrase that you should not be a jack of all trades and master of none, right? So mastery over one language and being very good at it is the way to go forward. So that is the sort of underlying logic in a way to the stand that you have taken. Yeah. But I would argue actually in the opposite sense that I think this having bilingualism, multilingualism is very important, more and more so, because despite the logic of that, I think that language is a key to many things, to history, to culture and all that. In fact, we wouldn't be able to pass a student in graduate study if we do not master a second or a third language. This is also the heart of most American graduate education, right? That wherever country you come from, you got to pick up a second and a third language in order to clear your PhD, right? So this is the whole approach in a way that languages is very important, gets you access to primary and secondary source material. And more importantly, it's about the window to a culture. For culture to be porous, you need to have that language key to unlock it. Of course, you have translation work, but somehow there's something lost in translation, right? The nuances and all that. So being multilingual is very important, especially in this era of globalization. So this era of globalization means the interaction of people from different places. And so all the more having multiple language is a great advantage. And I would add that one more thing would be that if you look at the way the world is being transformed nowadays, I think it turned that idiom that we said earlier about being sort of, do not be a jack of all trades, master of none. Actually, it's the opposite nowadays. In fact, it's about moving away from too narrow, too professional kind of a focus. And actually, we all need to acquire things. It's about multitasking. It's about knowing different contexts and really, not doing to be too narrow and to be more wider. So that, and even discipline-wise, although we are trained historians, we are always told you try to be interdisciplinary. Okay. So Prof. Wang Gungwu is a leader of that, which from the early days of his work, he actually tried to transcend beyond just the domain of history, trying to borrow concepts for social economic ideas and all that. So I think that kind of multilingualism is very important still. All right.
Okay, Amberly?
Okay, I have two questions again. So the first question would be, are parental preferences for language mix in the educational system noticeably changing with the rise of China? And my second question is, to what extent is Singapore's current education landscape influenced by British education? And what about by Chinese education?
Okay, so, well, this issue of parental preference is actually very important, okay? So when we critique the sort of the path of educational policy, the path of the way education took place, it's not just about the political leadership determining certain things. I think they have to shoulder a large part of the blame because the political direction is quite critical. But you also find that if you go back into reading all the sources, the defense put up by the political leadership is always that it's not totally our fault. You look at the parents, they're opting with their feet, you see, to put their children in English education instead of Chinese education. So if you look at material for the period I talk about struggle with Chinese education, one issue that I did not highlight is actually for parental preferences, there was a beginning of a shift towards English education. You see, because they feel that if I'm from a Chinese family, back to the issue of multilingual and bilingualism, I would like my children to at least, if they are from a Chinese family, to learn English, you see? So they like to send their children for English school. So the enrollment for Chinese school was dropping. So this was one dilemma that they had to grapple with at the point in time. But in the spirit of bilingualism, so why Lee Kong-chian is always held out as a model? Because Lee Kong-chian is able to achieve what he did was because he had mastery over both. He was one of those that was truly bilingual. Not so much of Tan Chin Tuan. Tan Chin is quite good at Hokkien and all that. But in terms of the Chinese language per se, it's really Lee Kong-chian is the one that's mastery over both. So many of the parents, younger parents, actually opted to send their children to Chinese school in the way that. So it boomerang back in a way also to them to say, if you are fighting so hard for Chinese school, why are you not sending your children to Chinese schools? Because many leading, including Tang Laksai's family, also had their children educated in English schools. So this parental preference thing is very important, and it still applies today. I think, as I said, no reversal, because parents today will still send their children to English schools. With the rise of China being important, I would say the level of the sort of bilingual hours and curriculum thing will become more important, because if you want to ride the economic bandwagon, you need to master that. Although you can do it via English as well, right? Getting access to Chinese culture, history, and everything else via the English language, but having the mastery will still help them. So hopefully this will be another source of optimism that more and more parents will not frown on their children just becoming mastery over English, but at least really paying attention to the English, the Chinese education as well.
Next question, anyone in the live audience? Yes, please.
Okay, thank you both professors for your very interesting lectures. I would like to ask Prof. Huang, actually, what do you think on SAP schools or 特选中学? Like, do you think they have succeeded in doing what Lee Kuan Yew originally envisioned to help preserve Chinese culture and their tradition, or do you believe that it's mostly superficial and surface level and doesn't really achieve a deep understanding?
You're referring to the SAP schools?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, this is a very interesting thing that at the point when the political leadership, Lee Kuan Yew and the PAP and all that moving towards the kind of removing all the vernacular schools and putting in a national stream, they actually single about a dozen of schools, beginning at primary and then later a few selected secondary, so-called special assisted school, whereby they identify them as schools with stronger Chinese education background, and then trying to preserve them, they will not be closed. And so therefore they will keep going. And then they will also have Chinese being taught at a higher level as well. So the whole idea is to have this kind of so-called, some people call it an elite school, whereby it's really trying to put in more resources, helping them to keep the sort of Chinese vernacular education alive and well in this kind of schools, even they have gone national in that sense, right? Well, there are so there's a two way to read this. One way is that it's out of this whole genuine thing about concern about bilingual education, about preserving part of that legacy. So in a very positive way. The negative way of reading it is this conspiratorial kind of thing that when the political leadership is moving towards sort of shunting this Chinese education apart, they were giving out some concessions. So it's a bit of a political balancing act, that when you take away something from a Chinese community, you try to tell them that you're not taking away everything, but you're preserving something. So it's a kind of, from a conspiratorial angle, if it's negative, it would be about trying to do that political balancing act. Just as the way they closed Nanyang University through numerous steps instead of one single move. Okay, so this is the one way of reading it. The second response to your question would be that, unfortunately, the way it turned out, maybe not unfortunately, a lot of people will say it's predictable, because if it's just a balancing act, just a kind of temporary soothing of nerves and all that, in the end, it would not work out well, and that's true enough. So actually, if you go to a lot of SAP school today, you will find that very little of the kind of Chinese heritage and interest is being preserved. The principals initially were all from Chinese educated stream, but increasingly they're replaced by professional. Some even do not know how to speak English. And there were even the school's population even more so. When they interact in the tuck shops, in the off-hour, sports hour, they were all essentially interacting in English and not Chinese. So there were plays being mounted about Tan Kaki, for example, going back to Chinese high school, and then he was walking around and the students are all speaking in English, you know, and he couldn't understand a part of it, you see, even though he's the one who founded that Chinese high school. So there's kind of irony in that sense that all these SAP schools are really SAP schools in name, but in terms of substance, they are not fulfilling their function. And we are still declining precipitously towards the path of being monolingual, with English as the main priority.
Okay, next question from the online audience.
Okay, I think this question applies to Mr. Kwa. So Karine asked about the challenges with translating the book for civil servants, since translation and punctuation can sometimes change the meaning of words. With regards to the conversion of the book from traditional to modern Chinese and the addition of punctuations, how did you ensure that the meaning was coherent with the original book?
This is our main challenge when I edited this book. In the first place, the qualification is that you must be very good in Chinese. So the persons who are helping me is actually a graduate from Taiwan University. So every text or every chapter we go through, we went through many, many times. And we try to argue out whether the punctuation we insert there, whether it's correct or not. Of course, I cannot guarantee 100% is correct, but I can say that should be over 95% is quite accurate. I hope that if this audience who have my book, I welcome his comments. If you find that any mistakes spotted by him, can let me know. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Maybe we still have about 5 minutes or so. So further questions? Yeah, Clay.
All right, hello, okay. Thank you both so much for your fascinating presentations. My question is for Professor Huang. I'm wondering if you can help us sort of, if the 1950s is the beginning of the end for Chinese language schools in Singapore, can you tell us a little bit more about some of the events after the 1950s until 1980? And I wonder if you could tell us, particularly more since you mentioned it, the history of Nanyang University, right? If the 1950s is the beginning of the end, and that's when this university is founded, how does it fit into this story? Thank you.
Okay, well, it's a big question. So I've in a way answered part of it in my presentation, but let me just pick up the segment that sort of would tie in with what you say, right? The Nanyang University story is part of this story, okay? Because the first Chinese schools is Chinese high school set up in Singapore. It's a secondary school. They set up primary school from a very early days, from around the turn of the century, 20th century, 1905, 1906. Then the first secondary school only took place in 1919, okay? And then after that, it took a number of years to be that, then how? Then you have sort of continuing beyond that. It's always step by step, right? Aspiring for higher level. So in the past, many of these graduates from a secondary Chinese school will go back to China to study university. But then what happened? The war interrupted all this and China was turning communist, right? So there's the path is sort of blocked after that. So what happened is they want to set up a university. So Nanyang University was formulated, the idea was trial in 53, launched in 55, 56, and then eventually went through a very tedious path. At least there were 3 committees that were studied what to do with it. And the issue is also over this medium of instruction. Should the university at that level be teaching in English, or should you teach with Chinese as the main medium of instruction? What kind of curriculum you should have and all that? So that the kind of complications, it started right at the beginning of the 1950s, 60s, 70s, and eventually it's Lee Kuan Yew's problem, and through a number of steps, he decided in a way to close it by merging with the University of Singapore. Okay, so become NUS. So before NUS is SU, Singapore University, combining a NANTA, so it becomes the National University of Singapore. So that's the story of NANTA, part of this story, although my presentation focuses more on the primary and the secondary school level. Now, in terms of events that are the period of time, I've got all the keywords up there. One would be decolonization, okay? So this is a very big issue about decolonization. And then when you decolonize, then how do you move forward? So part of the moving forward is very much tangled with education, and part of it is about citizenship, part of it is about politics. So to engender the kind of new citizen, what kind of language that you should use in schools in order to have sense of unity, okay? In order to have sense of feeling about Southeast Asia, etc., etc. So this whole thing, the decolonization was in a way tied up with the issue of citizenship and tied up with another thing called education, okay? And the fourth element in that landscape will be the word communism, okay? Because it's from Churchill's speech about Iron Curtain has fallen, and then China turning communist in 49, and then the whole world is sort of being polarized. So the Chinese school systems of being seen as more and more turning towards the left side. In the early years, of course, the British were already concerned as early as the 1930s onwards, because then was the Kuomintang then trying to influence them with the sort of the other part of the China politics. But after the war, is the communist element part which bothered the situation much more. So this whole thing, the Chinese school system being conflated with communism and all being influenced by them and how to regulate them became a major issue. So I would say these are the various things: decolonization, citizenship, education, Cold War.
Just a quick follow-up. Do you think there were any major events in the 60s and 70s where the direction might have changed, or was this sort of built in from the 50s?
My sense of thing will be about it's about the political transition. It's about what kind of leadership that took over after the British. That is the main key thing. So there was a tussle. The bigger electorate is actually a Chinese educated electorate, purely in terms of numbers, right? But what happened is that the way the election panned out is about the loss of the Chinese business influence in earlier election of 1955 to David Marshall and company. And then in 1959, it was the PAP and the Lee Kuan Yew, which has a segment of the Chinese educated group. But eventually, as you know, move further down the road, it is actually riding the tiger and actually coming to a point they will abandon the thing. And they too become, in a way, essentially the core of the PAP leadership is still very English educated. So I would say the turning point is about the political leadership. And it was because the political leadership that decided on education policy at the time were the British, were the David Marshall, Lim Yew Hock government, were the PAP government. And because the leadership was essentially this group of people who were not that well in tune or understand or in empathy with the aspiration of the Chinese community. And that, in a sense, turned against them, in a sense. So I would say, is there a moment of that? If that composition is different, the outcome may be different.
Okay, well, it's been a long morning. I'm sure our presenters are starting to get quite hungry at this point. So I think we'll call a panel at this point. Let's thank once again our speakers, Professor Hua and Professor Huang. So for presenters and invited guests, please join me in the lobby in about 5 minutes from now. For the rest of you, we'll reconvene at 2 o'clock and hope to see you have a good lunch and hope to see you back then. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. And welcome to our second full panel of the day, this one on the theme of exhibition and research of historical Chinese culture. Our first speaker of this panel, Mr. Liu Siwei, is presently Chief Executive Officer of the Singapore Chinese Cultural Center. Initially trained as a lawyer, he later graduated with a master's in History of Art from the School of Oriental and African Studies at the University of London. He is on secondment to the Center from the National Gallery of Singapore, where he was Director, Curatorial Collections and Education. In addition to being an award-winning curator with management experience, Mr. Loh has also been involved in strategic arts planning and in policy in Singapore's Ministry of Information, Communications and the Arts. In 2013 through 2014, he was the first Singaporean to be selected as an international fellow at the CLOR Fellowship Program, a prestigious London-based program aimed at developing and strengthening leadership potential across the cultural and creative sectors. The title of Mr. Loh's talk today is Singaporean, Examining Chinese Singapore Culture Through the Lens of Exhibition Making. And if you haven't been down to the Singapore Cultural Center yet to see the Singaporean exhibit firsthand, I highly recommend that you do so, as it's really a fantastically done and engaging exhibit. But now let us first hear what went into its creation. So would you please welcome Mr. Losaway?
Thank you, Scott. Thank you for the introduction. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today I'll be sharing about the content and the considerations behind the curation of our permanent exhibition, Singaporean, which opened in February last year. The entire process took about 2 years, and along the way, we benefited from the advice and feedback of many individuals and organizations, some of whom are here with us today. And I would like to take this opportunity to again thank Professor Wang Gongwu and Mr. Kwa Bak Lim for their kind advice. The objective of our exhibition is to highlight what's distinctive about the Chinese Singaporean culture. In other words, we wanted to examine what made the Chinese culture here in Singapore different from what you might find in other Chinese communities around the world. And for this simple objective, the key word for us was Singapore. Singapore is both the name of a geographical location as well as a nation state. Both aspects have an impact on cultural development, but the latter is, I would say, a relatively more complex notion. The European concept of nation state is based on the principle of a group of people, usually with a common origin, language, tradition, inhabiting a defined territory and organized under an independent government. So using this definition, it then becomes clear that Singapore and most of the countries in modern Southeast Asia do not have the usual or conventional attributes of nation states. Mainly carved out of former European colonies, these nations do not have a common language, ethnicity, or religion. And Singapore is a case in point. For instance, in a study of over 200 countries in 2014, the Pew Research Center found that Singapore was the most religiously diverse country in the world. So this chart actually shows how Singapore's religious diversity compares with other countries like France, United States, and Iran. So the significance of this diversity means that most governments in Southeast Asia have to constantly pay attention to the task of nation building. This is the promotion of a common national identity so as to unite a country of disparate peoples. As most nations in Southeast Asia are relatively young, most having gained independence after the end of the Second World War, national identity is still very much a work in progress. And in this task of nation building, there are several forces at work. On the one hand, the government needs to build a common national identity. And on the other hand, many have recognized that the ties of ethnicity, language, religion run deep. It is not possible nor desirable to erase such identity markers. Hence, in Singapore, the integration model, emphasizing multiculturalism, has been adopted rather than the assimilation model. However, I would say that the integration model is not a straightforward one. Firstly, ethnic groups do not remain static. Each group will evolve through interaction with others, hence the Chinese in Singapore will become distinct from other Chinese communities elsewhere and develop a distinctive Chinese identity. And the same can also be said for the Malay, Indian, and Eurasian communities in Singapore. Secondly, ethnic groups will develop shared values and norms through common experiences like studying in the same schools or living in the same neighborhoods. And over time, these shared values and norms will also develop into common Singapore identities such as a respect for diversity, the Singaporean accent, the use of Singlish, and also even a love of hawker food. Thirdly, the issue of ethnic identity will become ever more complex with time. Singapore's CMIO, Chinese, Malay, Indian, others, framework or method of classification will become increasingly difficult to apply. For instance, due to recent waves of migration to Singapore, there are now rising numbers of Singaporeans who do not fit neatly into the CMIO categories. In 2017, 1 in 5 marriages in Singapore were between people of different ethnicities. This was more than double the rate in 1997, 20 years earlier. So over time, there will be more Singaporeans with mixed ancestry. So this was then the larger background context against which we developed the curatorial narrative for our exhibition. Before highlighting the distinctiveness of Singapore Chinese culture, we felt that it was important first that the exhibition should begin by examining Singapore in some detail. What are some of the special aspects about Singapore that led the local Chinese community to develop differently? And here we selected 5 historical, social, geographical factors as being the most significant. Firstly, for about 150 years, Singapore was a British colony. And to develop Singapore into a port city, the colonial authorities imported cheap labor from Asia, particularly China. So within about a short 100-year period, the local population expanded by more than 40 times, and the proportion of Chinese residents grew from about 30% in 1824 to about 75% in 1921. However, as the British had little concern about the social welfare of such migrants, the local Chinese community had to really fend for themselves by setting up clan associations, schools, and temples. And due to such British benign neglect, the Chinese could carry on with their traditions and practices from home without much interference. So paradoxically, this meant that some traditions, like the Zhongyuanjie, the Hungry Ghost Festival, continued to be practiced in places like Singapore long after they had faded out in China for various reasons. And moreover, the Chinese government also had little interest in these migrants. In addition, British colonialism entrenched several key institutions, such as their legal and education systems. These had a deep impact on Singapore's first-generation national leaders like Lee Kuan Yew and Goh Keng Swee. And the use of English by the colonial government had also led to the borrowing of English loanwords by the local Chinese, such as 得是 for taxi, or 8仙 for percent, as in 100%. This was, of course, later reinforced by the continuing use of English as the main working language in independent Singapore. The second aspect is being located in Southeast Asia. So being in a tropical region meant that the local Chinese had to make changes to their way of life. The hot and humid climate definitely affected the design of their homes and their clothing. So for example, the Chinese used to live in atap dwellings, very much like the indigenous people. Located far from China also meant that local Chinese did not have easy access to traditional ingredients for their home cuisine. So they started using more locally found spices, fruits, vegetable, meat products in their cooking, such as native pandan, nutmeg, torch ginger, coconut, and banana. Lastly, life in the Malay archipelago also meant that the local Chinese had to interact with the indigenous people who tended to use Malay as the common regional language. This helps to explain the prevalence of Malay in our daily language today. So for example, the local Hokkiens borrowed Malay words like suka for like, kawin for marry, pasat for market, and kopi for coffee. Likewise, the Malays also came to use certain Hokkien terms like mi for noodles, teh for tea, tauhu for bean curd, and gongsi for to share. The third aspect would be that up until the late 20th century, most Chinese migrants to Singapore came from the southern provinces of Fujian and Guangdong, so only a particular part or region of China. This is why Chinese Singaporean culture has greater influence from southern China and less from places like, say, Henan or Sichuan. Over time, the Hokkiens became the largest dialect group amongst the local Chinese. This explains why the Hokkien dialect, Minnan, played such an important role in the evolution of language in Singapore, such as the popularization of Hokkien words like kueh and kiasu, and the use of Hokkien syntax in Singlish. These migrants came mainly in 2 waves. The first wave, smaller in numbers, comprised largely of Chinese traders from southern coastal cities like Xiamen, who traveled to the region from as early as the 12th century. Those who had settled down married local women, and this formed the genesis of the early Peranakan Chinese community in port cities like Malacca. Their descendants tended to adopt local habits and customs due to longer periods of settlement in Southeast Asia. So for instance, the Peranakan Chinese spoke Baba Malay, which is a hybrid language of Malay and Hokkien, Some also became fluent in European languages and became a middleman of sorts between Europeans and locals in the region. The second and much larger wave occurred in the 19th century when many poor Chinese from the same coastal cities left China in search of a better livelihood. Cheap labor was needed to develop the new British port of Singapore, and later, of course, the rise of the tin and rubber industries in British Malaya further increased this demand for labor. Apart from better employment prospects in Singapore, the Chinese were also, we must remember, fleeing from the famine and unrest in China during this period. So we know that, for example, the Taiping Rebellion claimed about the lives of 20 million people in China. So initially, these migrants intended to return to China after they had made their money and the situation in China had improved. However, with the outbreak of the Second World War and Singapore's eventual independence, many migrants chose to settle down in Singapore by marrying local Chinese women. So hence, unlike the earlier group of Peranakan Chinese, this group tended to maintain more values and practices from China. Because most of the Chinese migrants came from southern China, they spoke southern Chinese dialects like Hokkien, Teochew, Cantonese, Hakka, and Hainanese. So this meant that the different dialect groups in Singapore, living on a small island, had many opportunities to interact with one another, something which they did not have in China. Therefore, the different dialect groups here had access to one another's food customs, such as sampling different types of mooncakes and dumplings for Mid-Autumn or the Tuan festivals. And intermarriages between dialect groups in Singapore were also much more common compared to China in the early days. The fourth aspect would be that due to modern Singapore's origin as a colonial port city, the local population had long been very diverse. Adding to the indigenous Malays, the British colonial government imported cheap labor from India and China. It also encouraged traders from around the world, such as Arabs, Javanese, Armenians, to use Singapore as a base for their operations. And over time, the local population became predominantly Chinese due to the large numbers of workers imported from China. However, there is still a large proportion of non-Chinese minorities. Singapore's proportion of non-Chinese stands at about 25%, which is relatively large compared to other Chinese communities, where the non-ethnic Chinese groups account for less than 10% of their total population. So for instance, in terms of the non-Chinese groups, Hong Kong has 8%, Beijing has 4%, and Taipei has 5%. So this means that the Chinese in Singapore have relatively more opportunities to interact with and be influenced by other ethnic communities. Due to the colonial government's hands-off attitude towards the locals, in fact, all ethnic groups were free to continue with their own ways of life in Singapore. And this state of affairs continued into the post-colonial period when the national government adopted various national policies based on multiracialism and multiculturalism. These days, new migrants bring in much needed talent to support Singapore's globalized economy and to make up for the declining birth rate. And such migrants now come from a much broader range of backgrounds, and this has led and created a Singapore that is even more diverse than before. The fifth and the final aspect would be that actually Singapore is a very small island with no natural resources. It has, however, a deep harbor, and it sits on a crossroads of major shipping trade routes. And today, for example, Singapore is the busiest port in the world in terms of shipping tonnage, with more than 130,000 vessels calling at our port annually. So since antiquity, Singapore has been a port city. So this meant that the inhabitants of Singapore has always been exposed to a constant flow of goods, ideas, and peoples from around the world. In fact, Singapore's small size means that it is always affected by larger developments externally and less likely to be insular or resistant to change. Singapore's economic survival depends on it continuing to be a hub for trading of goods and services, and the global economy must find Singapore relevant and useful to them. Hence, Singapore needs to be open to inflows of different ideas, beliefs, and ways of working. And this has, of course, been hastened by the rise of telecommunications as well as the greater internet connectivity. So these five aspects may be distilled into or summarized into three driving forces. Firstly, what the Chinese brought with them, and these could be categorized as Chinese heritage, which includes values, belief systems, language, customs, and food dishes that originated from China. Secondly, whom the Chinese encountered here. Chinese migrants interacted with many different peoples in Singapore. There were interactions between dialect groups as well as between ethnic groups. These cultural interactions range from the casual, say daily encounters, or deeper engagement such as intermarriages. And all these led to changes and adaptations to the way of life of the Chinese in Singapore. Lastly, how the Chinese responded to local government. Chinese migrants were also affected by how Singapore was governed, whether during the colonial period or post-independence. All governments seek to shape society to achieve certain objectives, and they often do this through public policies and laws. Hence, these three driving forces at play affect the development of local Chinese culture, Chinese heritage, cultural interactions, and public policies. In other words, these are the three underlying ingredients, if you will, that give the Chinese Singaporeans recipe its distinct flavor. These three ingredients, found in many overseas Chinese communities, were present in the past and continue to exist in Singapore today. The influence of each ingredient varies with time, creating complex outcomes that shape Chinese Singaporean culture. So let me give you an example of the three forces at work. The way that we celebrate Chinese New Year in Singapore. The festival is definitely a tradition that originated in China, and as such is part of Chinese heritage. That's the first ingredient. But we all love to eat pineapple tarts and love letters for Chinese New Year. However, these are snacks which did not originate from China. In fact, these were items made popular by the Peranakan Chinese, who often adopted Western techniques like the baking oven or Western ingredients like butter in their cuisine. So these types of hybrid foods are an example of cultural interaction at work, the second ingredient. Lastly, during Chinese New Year, all of us have attended or would like to attend mass events like Chingay Parade or River Hongbao. And these events, you know, did not originate in China. These are local, large-scale public events organized by the state or state-sponsored organizations. And this is an example of public policies, the third ingredient, shaping the way in which Chinese New Year is celebrated here in Singapore. Now, I'd like to go a little bit deeper into how we looked at our exhibition strategy. For an exhibition to be effective in conveying its narrative, the audience must first be very clearly identified, because audiences vary in terms of language proficiency, familiarity with subject matter, and interest levels. So knowing one's audience would determine the writing of texts, the selection of themes, as well as methods of audience engagement. So whilst aiming for the exhibition to be broadly appealing to the general public, the center eventually focused on schools as its target audience, particularly upper secondary schools, for several reasons. Firstly, schools are strategic partners because teachers in schools can actually use our exhibition for learning journeys. Secondly, we felt that teenage students are mature enough to be able to understand certain abstract concepts like culture and identity. And thirdly, it is important for the center to be able to help shape perceptions about Chinese Singaporean culture from a young age. So with our target audience in mind, the students, the center then deliberated on what would be the best entry points into the exhibition. What aspects of Chinese Singaporean culture would best convey the desired ideas, and what examples of Singapore Chinese culture would be of interest and relevance to young people. So the center eventually focused on three: festivals, food, and language as the exhibition's thematic entry points. They were chosen because the interplay of the three driving forces I mentioned earlier could be clearly seen in the evolution of festivals, food, and language. These are also aspects of daily life which young people are familiar with today. So apart from their immediate relevance, using examples from daily life would also help dispel the notion that culture is something from the past or only of interest to people who are artistically or academically inclined. I'd like now to elaborate a bit more about the thematic entry points into our exhibition. So festivals. Many of the traditional Chinese festivals celebrated in Singapore, like Chinese New Year or Mid-Autumn Festival, were originally based on seasonal changes or the needs of an agrarian society in China. However, Singapore is a modern city which does not have the 4 seasons. Hence, it was important for us in the exhibition to highlight that such festivals continue to have relevance in Singapore today because of the values which they embody rather than an original purpose. And many of these values are in fact based on Confucianism, Taoism, and Buddhism, 3 very influential schools of thought in China which emphasize harmony in society and the universe. And the exhibition in fact focuses on 10 values treasured by the Chinese community: 忠孝仁爱礼义廉耻俭义. And I've listed down what they mean in the slide. Over the years, the Chinese have come to treasure these values, even though they are not unique to any ethnic group. Reflected in popular stories and even stereotypes, these values are passed down through festivals, schools, institutions, and most importantly, within the family. So to emphasize that these values are passed down at home from one generation to the next, the exhibition team designed the zone to be like a home. Old windows and doors were salvaged from soon-to-be demolished flats in Bedok and Red Hill and were repurposed into drawers and cupboards which could be opened by visitors. The drawers and cupboards contain very familiar everyday items that can be found in many homes. The concept was that each everyday item reflected a particular value, be it thrift or loyalty. So for example, many homes would have a set of national service uniforms, the NS uniform. More than just an item of clothing, the uniforms in fact reflect that Singapore's security depends on the collective loyalty, 忠, of its citizens. Values are also promoted by traditional festivals like Chinese New Year, Qingming, as well as Mid-Autumn Festival. These are festivals widely celebrated by the Chinese in Singapore and by Chinese around the world. However, the exhibition emphasizes that festivals do not remain static but evolve over time. So for instance, during Chinese New Year, many Chinese Singaporeans still subscribe to the traditional belief that red is an auspicious color to wear. However, the tossing of the lo hei yu sheng is a recent development, having been invented or made popular in Singapore in the 1960s. The exhibition further highlights 3 other very popular festivals in Singapore: 中元节, 九王爷诞, the 9 Emperor Gods Festival, as well as the Tua Pek Kong Festival in Pulau Ubin. However, these festivals and folk beliefs are much less common in China today, because by the end of the Qing dynasty, many in China felt that China needed to modernize by breaking with old traditions like Confucianism and folk beliefs, and hence festivals with more religious associations like 中元节 became less common, especially after the Chinese Communist Party came to power in 1949. However, Chinese migrants in Singapore were unaffected by such developments and continued to maintain these traditional beliefs and practices. So this is a particularly distinctive aspect of Chinese Singaporean culture. The development of language in Singapore also reflects the interplay of the 3 driving forces here. So for this zone, the exhibition design team wanted to create a space that would resemble a housing estate playground to emphasize that cultural interactions often take place amongst children when they come together to play. And 3 language categories were selected to highlight how linguistic landscape in Singapore evolved. Firstly, there is the category of borrowed words. So this comes about when one ethnic community or dialect group borrows words from another group in order to facilitate communication. And in the early days, even though the ethnic and dialect groups often lived apart, but their paths would still frequently cross in Singapore. For example, a Hokkien housewife might buy something from a Cantonese shopkeeper. A Teochew trader might need the services of a Malay policeman or British officer. So through these interactions, people learn bits and pieces of each other's languages. So for example, you would have kampang, which is a word borrowed from Malay by the Chinese to refer to kampong, and pasien, as I mentioned earlier, a word borrowed from the English language for percent. And this borrowing, as I said, also occurred in the other direction. For instance, kiasu, which is a Hokkien word for afraid to lose, is now part of the English language here. And tahu, which is a Hokkien word for beancurd, is also used in Malay. Secondly, we have combination words. These came about because there's close and sustained interaction between 2 ethnic groups in Singapore, and their respective languages became then familiar to each other. In early 19th century Singapore, where Malay made up the majority, Malay was the common language used in the region. In fact, dictionaries were published to help Chinese in Singapore to learn Malay. However, over time, due to the great influx of Chinese migrants, Singapore eventually had a Chinese majority, within which the Hokkiens formed the largest group. Hence, the Hokkien dialect also became commonly used by many communities here. So some examples of combination words would include kopi tiam. So kopi is Malay for coffee, and tiam being the Hokkien word for shop. And then you could order a drink like kopi peng siu dai. So kopi is Malay for coffee, peng is Hokkien for ice, and siu dai is Cantonese for less space, meaning less condensed milk. So within one drink order, you have 3 different languages. And thirdly, of course, we have the last category, which are created or invented words. So these are words which are created specifically to cater to unique contexts in Singapore. So for example, our public housing scheme is a big success. And so we have a word referring to HDB flats, 政府组屋. We also have an invention known as the COE, the Certificate of Entitlement. And for that, we invented a unique Chinese phrase, 用车证. So these are again terms that will not be at all familiar with other Chinese communities around the world. Food, the evolution of food also reflects this interplay of the 3 driving forces in Singapore. And for this zone, the exhibition team designed the space to look like a hawker center, to emphasize the fact that hawker centers are again a different type of space where peoples from different cultures and ethnic backgrounds gather to enjoy each other's cuisines. So 2 food categories were selected to highlight how certain local food dishes have evolved. Firstly, there are local dishes which reflect interactions between 2 different dialect groups in Singapore. For instance, the popular Hainanese chicken rice has its origins from the Wenchang chicken dish. This was brought to Singapore by early migrants from Hainan Island. However, the Hainanese in Singapore later incorporated the Cantonese method of dipping freshly boiled meat in ice water in order to create a silky jelly-like skin. So this is an example of interaction happening between 2 dialect groups. Secondly, there are also local dishes which reflect interactions between 2 different ethnic groups in Singapore. So for instance, a very common breakfast staple at the local coffee shop is the kaya on toast, coffee, and soft-boiled eggs. So this was a breakfast set first made popular by Hainanese-run coffee shops. Many early Hainanese had in fact worked in British or Peranakan Chinese homes where Western-style fare was eaten. This was where they learned how to cook soft-boiled eggs, brew coffee, and also serve toast with jam. Since fruit jam was not easily available in Singapore then local cooks replaced it with kaya, which is a local jam made with coconut, milk, eggs, sugar, and pandan leaves. The manner in which the 3 driving forces influence the evolution of food, language, and festivals is organic and complex. It is the cumulative result of many actions taken by different peoples and groups over many years. So hence, it is difficult, if not impossible, to attribute certain changes to specific individuals or events. So for example, researchers have still not been able to determine the first Hainanese who came up with the idea of using the Cantonese method of cooking chicken rice, or the person who first coined the term kopitiam. However, it is possible to see how the interplay of the 3 driving forces has had an impact on the creative output of local individuals and organizations, because they have all grown up in Singapore and felt the full impact of its multicultural milieu and public policies over the years. So from its migrant beginnings, Singapore has become one of the most diverse societies in the world. And as a city-state, Singapore is also one of the most globally connected places in the world. This has resulted in many Singaporeans who are open to different ideas, languages, religions, lifestyles, and points of view. So whether in the arts, in food, in popular culture, they are not bound to a fixed way of looking at the world. And the exhibition highlights a number of such cases. So for example, Kuo Bao Kun and Eric Koo were the earliest to incorporate Singapore's multilingual environments into their plays and films. Over time, it became common to hear Mandarin together with English, Malay, Tamil, and other Chinese dialects, all within one film or theatrical production. Sometimes, characters would switch between languages, a trait exhibited by many Singaporeans today. So this would lead to a genre of multilingual films and theatrical works which is a distinctive trait of the local art scene. Likewise, the works of designers like Go Lai Chan and Hans Tan reflect their cosmopolitan approaches to Chinese heritage. Lai Chan is most well known for making cheongsams, the Chinese dress, making it more relevant for modern women by using more contemporary cuts as well as unconventional fabrics. Similarly, Hans Tan, a local designer, has taken the form and materials of Chinese porcelain and reinterpreted them in fresh and unusual ways. And in doing so, he provokes us to reflect on how we could relate to Chinese culture today. Lastly, the exhibition also includes individuals and companies who have had a major impact globally or internationally. So for instance, there's the prolific writer You Jin, whose essays are included in textbooks in Singapore and China, and whose books have sold more than 1 million copies in China. Other household names include the local coffee shop chain, Yakun Kaya Toast, which now has more than 70 outlets all around the world, including the Middle East. So having shared about the exhibition, I thought it might be helpful if we take a look at a video that was produced by a local company called the Smart Local, just to give you a taste of what the exhibition is like. So through the examples of festivals, food and language, and the creative practice of Singaporeans, the exhibition has sought to examine how the driving forces of Chinese heritage, cultural interaction, and public policies can influence Chinese Singaporean culture and identity. However, the exhibition also recognizes that there are many, many other facets like age, gender, which can have an impact on personal identity. Hence, before visitors leave the exhibition, they are asked to choose the 3 most important elements that make up their own identity. And then the cumulative results are then shared real time on a projection screen at the exhibition exit. In this way, visitors can see how their own personal choices compare with the aggregated results. Interestingly, the top 3 choices thus far are family, religion, and nationality. In contrast, age, gender, and career were considered the least important in terms of personal identity. So in conclusion, we would like to acknowledge that an exhibition like ours can really never comprehensively cover a wide and complex topic like Chinese Singaporean culture and identity. Rather, the exhibition hopes to provide an introductory framework for us to consider such issues so that the discourse can continue at opportunities like today's symposium. So on that note, I look forward to receiving your feedback on our framework and how it can be further improved. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lowe, for taking us through and behind the scenes of your wonderful exhibition. We're going to go on, continue now with our second speaker, Professor Kenneth Dean. Professor Dean is Raffles Professor of Humanities and head of the Chinese Department at National University of Singapore. He's also the research cluster leader for religion and globalization at NUS's Asia Research Institute. His recent publications include epigraphical materials on the history of religion in Fujian, Zhangzhou region in 4 volumes, Jianghu region in 4 volumes, and 2 co-edited works, Secularism in Southeast and Southeast Asia, a massive 2-volume work, and a massive 2-volume work, The Chinese Epigraphy of Singapore, 1819 through 1911. He also directed Bored in Heaven, a film about ritual sensation on the celebrations around Chinese New Year's in the city of Putian in China's Fujian province. His other publications include his co-authored Ritual Alliances of the Putian Plain in 2 volumes, his Lord of the Three in One, The Spread of the Occult in Southeast China, and Taoist Ritual and Popular Cults of Southeast China, these latter two published by Princeton University Press, and his co-authored The Absolute State and the Body of the Despot. He's published altogether 9 volumes of stone inscriptions gathered in both Fujian and Southeast Asia. His current project is the construction of a pair of interactive multimedia databases, the Singapore Historical GIS and the Singapore Biographical Database. And it is of these databases now that we are about to learn more. The title of his talk is New Approaches to the History of Overseas Chinese in Singapore, Introducing the Singapore Historical GIS and Singapore Biographical Database. Would you please join me in welcoming Professor Kenneth Dean?
Good afternoon, everyone. I apologize that I wasn't able to join the symposium this morning due to a class that I had to teach online. So it's a pleasure to see people in person here in the audience, and thank all of you in the online community for joining us today. Which one? Oh, this one. Oh, okay. Yes, so this is the title of my talk today, and I'll go right into it because I'd like to discuss a few things. The Singapore Historical GIS has been up and running for a few years now. The Singapore Biographical Database also was launched at the NLB 2 or 3 years ago. Each of these continues to expand, and we try to incorporate and add in new materials. And I'll also make some mention of the Chinese Epigraphy in Singapore project that we've been working on, because we're trying to extract some biographical information from those sources to add to the biographical database. Also, I'll mention a fairly new project on Qing tombs of Singapore, which we're well into and hoping to publish a collection of tomb inscriptions this year. And then I'll briefly mention our plans for expanding these online databases through first a Malaysian historical database, and ultimately, of course, we'd love to have a Southeast Asian historical GIS. Okay, what do these things mean? This is the cover page for our Singapore Historical GIS. All these projects, all such digital humanities projects, are team projects involving the collaboration of many, many scholars, students, and graduate and undergraduate students. And that's certainly true about this project as well. We have a recent article that's in religions, so it's online and downloadable and gives a history of these projects for you if you're interested to get more information. I welcome you to look up under religions and just download the article. What this project allows us to do is to show the locations of over 800 Chinese temples, 250 Chinese associations, 500 or 600 Christian churches, over 100 mosques, 30 Indian temples. Also, because we're able to include historical maps, layers upon layers of historical maps that were digitized and made available to us through the geography department of NUS, we can show the locations of former kampong villages, former cemeteries, over 500 Chinese schools. So we invite you to go onto this website and see for yourselves what's interesting to you. We also ask you to use the video. Look at the video first, the how to use video, because otherwise there's too much information. But what the video shows you is that you can take away layers of information and then rebuild your own maps with the layers that are of interest to you. Basically, behind this website is a survey that we've done of many temples in the community, and I won't have time to go into a great detail here, but I would like to mention that the largest piece on this pie represents the spirit medium altars in individual apartments in HDB blocks, many of whom do not want to be on a map, and we have not put them on a map. We've put those on the map that advertise their addresses. But they still make up the largest number. And in a way, it's a very interesting set of temples or altars, I should say, in people's apartments, often in their living rooms. Many of these spirit mediums would like to have a temple of their own, and many of their followers urge them on in this aspiration. And so there's a kind of push from below to create a new temple from these kinds of community forces. Now, one feature of our GIS that I think is very interesting is that we've incorporated about 250 reports composed by NUS students. In the course I was teaching this morning, Everyday Life of Chinese Singaporeans, I asked student groups to go out and interview Chinese temples and associations, and to produce a photo essay and a PDF report, all of which is available on our website for those of you who are interested to see what they found out, what they've learned. This report allows us to focus in on very interesting areas of Singapore, such as Geylang, which still a red light district, but it's packed with temples. In virtually every lorong, you can find 4 or 5 temples, some churches, some Tibetan monasteries, all kinds of clan associations. So a very rich and complex neighborhood with very interesting historical reasons for the concentration in this place. So the Singapore Historical GIS allows you to zoom in on specific neighborhoods and ask questions about how they came to be the way they are, why the distributions are the way they are. Basically, we can use this as a platform to tell a very simple story about Singapore. This is a map that shows the locations in yellow of former kampong, almost 200 villages around Singapore, with a number of their cemeteries nearby. So those purple dots are cemeteries that were associated with villages. But with the rise of the HDB, and you see the pink coloring behind, a lot of the villages disappeared. By the end of the 90s, there were very few left, if any, on Singapore. And some of these other areas that you see here were taken over for either military or airport or industry. So the villages indeed have disappeared. This is a typical image of that process, with the HDB block going up in the background and the village being torn down in the foreground. Now, many of these villages had temples of their own, sometimes 2 or 3. On the right-hand corner there, you can see the dots that represent different temples of different villages, all of whom ended up in this joint temple or united temple, each temple being reduced down to a single altar. So the gods of their temple would be in front of that altar. Sometimes as many as 13 in a single space. So we have about 70 such joint temples in Singapore with over 350 temples included in them. And they represent a very interesting part of Singapore's history. The first one is from 1974, the Wu He Miao. Many of them tell the stories of the movements of their communities from their villages and the effort of those communities to somehow survive to the present day in these somewhat reduced circumstances. This is one example of one temple that's had to move 4 times in its history over the past 50 or 60 years due to constantly evolving urban redevelopment plans. That has been the fate of many temples. Most temples only get a 30-year lease, and so are often forced to contemplate moving. Here's one temple that moved 3 times before giving up and then sending its gods back to Jinmen, where they had come from many years before. They gave them some money to set up a retirement account for the gods and asked them to look after them there. But the opposite trend is the deeper historical trend, moving from Fujian, which you see here in a linguistic map, to zooming into the mother temples of the major god cults, regional gods of the Hokkien community, Mazu, Guangzi Zunwang, Anxi Chengheng Miao, Qingshi Zushi, Shengho Enju on Jinmen, and Baosheng Dadi near Xiamen. Now, all of these gods have a set of temples here in Singapore, and one can trace the generation by generation spread of this division of incense network across Southeast Asia, as you can see in this one illustration. We'd have to go into much more detail to describe how it really worked locally. Another feature we've added recently to our SHGIS are the financial accounts of most of the religious institutions in Singapore that are registered charities. So it's possible to download the annual finances for the last 3 years for several hundred temples, and we can do interesting analysis of the religious economy of Singapore through these resources. So there's lots in this website. I encourage you to look into it and see if you find something interesting for yourselves. And also if you find errors, to let us know. Now moving on to the biographical database, this is a web representation of the relationships of several hundred key Singaporeans with several hundred more Singaporeans. It's based on Dr. Kua's Xinhe Lishi Renwu Liezhuan, which includes 1,278 biographies of historical Chinese Singaporeans. We've also drawn on Song Long Xiang's 100 Years of Chinese in Singapore, and we've worked with the NUS Chinese Library on their collection of the Nanyang Mingren Jichuan, which includes many people from the 20s and 30s in this region. We're now looking to find ways to incorporate more materials from our epigraphy studies. So we found in our first 2 volumes over 40,000 individual donor names and over the names of about 10,000 Shanghao or Chuanhao that were active in that early period. Meanwhile, we've also digitized the Bukit Brown burial record of 68,000 individuals' names, but it's very difficult to move from those English recorded sources to the Chinese tomb inscriptions, because there can often be a delay in the burial, and the transcriptions reflect many different dialects. So we're still working on trying to connect those kinds of data. And we're also thinking very hard about working with the library further on the collections, this incredible collection of regional and clan association commemorative volumes. Mr. Li of the library spent years going around to Huiguan to collect these sources, of which there are several hundred. There are 1,200 in all Singaporean libraries, and we believe we're now working with groups in Malaysia to try to expand their catalog of those sources to include additional sources found in Malaysian Huiguan. We're very eager to work on genealogies. We know there are about 100 interesting genealogies here in Singapore, but so far people haven't really done the work to trace them back. People in Zhangzhou put together a collection of about 600 of their genealogies and found several hundred in Taiwan that they could link directly to those genealogies. What generation, what person went to Taiwan, and what the continued connections and circulations may have been. we believe we can do a great deal of the similar kind of research with Singapore sources in the future. I'm happy to say that Paul Kratoska's index to the colonial archives has now been digitized by the library, and that's a really great resource, which we can look forward on drawing on individuals' names out of there as well. So the Qing tombstones that I'll introduce in a moment are also another source, and many more sources are available in the National Archives. So all of these projects link together through the types of institutions and archives that you see listed on this slide. So I won't spend a lot of time on this. For those of you who are interested, please download the article from Religions, and you can get a lot more information there. These are the inscription volumes that Professor Cook very kindly mentioned just a moment ago. They include about 1,200 inscriptions from about 70 odd sites around Singapore. Now, for each of those, what we do is put the text into a computer text. Something called Textual Enhancement Initiative allows us to transfer those texts into a computerized and searchable database. So we put the text in like that in the original format and then into a computer format. And then we can extract individuals' names and the names of organizations from there. This is just more detail on that. Several of them overlap with those already in our biographical database. And so we're excited to find some such development of frequency counts that tell us something about not only the leading elites, but also the middlemen who helped things develop between institutions. In this case, these are all individuals' names centered in various major institutions, but a lot of them intersect in smaller institutions where they also contributed to a smaller type of either huiguan or temple. Yeah. Okay, these are kinds of graphic representations of a family business, the Xie Echin's family business, and all of his intimate collections. You can see how densely located it is on this screen. This is one for the Tan Tock Seng and the Hokkien communities. Instead of working on a family business model, they worked on a trading model where they worked with several groups simultaneously, develop banks and insurance companies, and create a kind of a climate of interaction, which both of these models have impacts on Singapore today, which we could discuss. This is the next volume. I was very happy to see Mr. Loh here today because I can personally thank him for the support of the Singapore Center for Chinese Culture, which has helped sponsor this second volume, a second set of volumes that we're working on now, which starts out with the Singapore Chamber of Commerce and other famous temples that have inscriptions after 1911 or 12. We've found about another 1,200 artifacts with inscriptions in these, which we're going through and translating and classifying and hope to publish sometime later this year. Singapore in the early period was clustered around the river, and then there were lots of Gambier plantations elsewhere. The Ten Hock Keng on Telakayer Street overlooked the sea. Some of you may not know that, some of the newer visitors to Singapore. This is the temple today. And these are some of the inscriptions and the materials that we've worked into our databases by first typing them out in this format and then putting them into a computer format. Same with these inscriptions. The Heng Shan Ting is a very interesting story because it was in Tiong Bahru, unfortunately burned down in 1992. It was very beautiful in its heyday. And it was and this was its regulations, which survived. This plaque survived and is in the Nanan Huiguan exhibition hall. This is part of the Heng Shan Ting was the cemetery organization for the Hokkien people. And so there was a cemetery in Tiong Bahru, it expanded there, soon it filled in. And as the Singapore General Hospital expanded, they took more and more parts of the cemetery. So the Heng Shan Ting organized a Xin Heng Shan Ting, a new Heng Shan Ting, out in what is close to Bukit Brown. We all know about Bukit Brown, but some people may not realize that there was originally 3 or 4 other cemeteries there, the Seon Swa, the Lao Swa and the Hokkien Huiguan Cemetery were all in the area before the colonial government cut out a piece for the establishment of the Bukit Brown in 1922. And in these places, we have found a great many clusters of Qing Dynasty tombs, as you can see from this list here. One particular set along Onriat Road, which is a closed off road off of Mount Pleasant, had the earliest tombs that we found in Singapore, and about 450 of them. Meanwhile, as you know, the highway went through Bukit Brown and several thousand tombs had to be exhumed. Amongst that number, about 336 dated to the Qing Dynasty, but we have at least the photographs and inscriptions that we've been able to take from those. In our own field work, we found almost 200 more in Bukit Brown and almost 200 in Lao Swa. Many of you will be familiar with Mr. Raymond Goh, who has gone around and found all these inscriptions and brought many families back to their ancestors' tombs over the past years. His website, which has recently gone up, has over 360 tombs that we don't yet have information on. David Ching, very earlier on, worked on some inscriptions, and we have other scattered tombs. By these, I include the tombs of founders such as Tan Tock Seng and Xie Qin. St. Joseph's Christian Cemetery has about close to 100, and the Japanese cemetery has the tombs of many Kariki-san, women forced into prostitution in the early period. So in total, we think we may have close to 2,000 Qing Dynasty tombstones in Singapore, which is a fairly significant part of the material cultural heritage of the island. Tan Tock Seng right here and his tomb. This is the tomb of his son, Tan Ting Ching. In the old days, it was out in Changi with beautiful ornamentation in front of it. Later, it was moved into Bukit Brown, and this is the way it is now. This is Xie Qin's tomb some years ago, but more recently, it's grown over and all the moss has completely covered it up. So it really also requires sustained care to turn it into an important monument of national history and heritage. These are some of the early tombs down in Tiong Bahru, Heng Shanting down below, and these are the movements over time into the new cemetery. So this is sort of what these clusters look like. They're all set in just the tombstone in various sectors. We found a bunch in the forest near Onriat Road. This is the earliest tomb we found for Singapore, 1826. We also found the earliest mention of a Buddhist monk in Singapore, two or three monks actually, from 1847, and his disciple from 1859. And we're able to trace back, because of the names on the tombstones, the points of origins for many of these people. A great many of the ones in the Shin Heng Shanting Hokkien Huiguan Cemetery came from one village outside of, it's called Xiecang, and it's near Haicheng in Zhangzhou. So I went to visit. It turns out to be the same village that Cai Shizhang, the Capitan of Malacca, came from. And he had gone back to that same Jia Miao and rebuilt the ancestral hall. And there's an inscription under his name there where he explains he's bringing his father and grandfather's Shenzhu Pai back. And then his grandson came back and did the same thing for him. So there are a couple of inscriptions showing these Cais were very connected to that place in Haicheng. But the ones here in the jungle seem to have very few descendants and may represent a real difference in class and maybe a coolie contingent out of the same village. It's a very big Thai lineage now, covering about 20 or 30,000 people in a dozen villages nearby, side by side. Really an interesting story, though. And we think we can do more with this type of research. Finally, I wanted to say that we're expanding into Malaysia, and we've added several thousand points for temples and different sorts of associations in Malaysia. For example, in Penang and its surroundings, we can zoom down to find different categories of temples and distributions. We can add in materials from fieldwork. These green points are added to by fieldwork. And we hope to include the Xin Sun as one major element in our research moving forward, because they remain very interesting and complex centers of Chinese everyday life in Malaysia. Many temples in them moved from other locations. this is the last thing I'll show you. This is a project on Singkawang, where we have located lots of locations of temples around the region. For each of those temples, we've added some photography. This one includes a shrine to Lo Fang Bo, amongst the other deities. He's the founder, he's the head of one of the great gongsi that had an independent kingdom in Borneo for about 80 years, run by Hakka gold miners, and some architectural plans to show the layout of these temples. So I think my time is up, but thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to share some of our recent developments, and we look forward to your comments and suggestions. Thank you.
Well, thanks, Professor Dean, for your very detailed and informative introduction. It's incredibly useful resources. We'd like to now invite you and Mr. Lowe back onto the stage for some question and answers. We have about 20, let's say, maybe 25 minutes for Q&A. And I guess we'll start with a question from the audience, if there are any. Or actually, are there any coming in from the Zoom feed yet?
Yeah, so this question maybe can be directed at both of you. So what kind of progress do you think that Chinese Singaporean culture will chart into the future?
I guess it's hard to say, but looking at the framework that I spoke about just now, looking at it, quite simplistically at the three driving forces: Chinese heritage, cultural interactions, and public policies. I would say that in the coming years, it's probably the latter two driving forces that will become more significant. The diversity in Singapore is definitely becoming a lot more complex. Even though we maintain, say, the ethnic representation in Singapore with 75% Chinese, but the types of Chinese that are here in Singapore is becoming very diverse. We have migrants from northern China now, different parts of China, not just southern China. So they bring with them a different complexity. And of course, the third or the last aspect of public policies would again have a significant impact on how culture develops in Singapore, how Singapore is governed as a country, and of course, how Singapore government responds to external developments, be it the rise of China or other kind of global factors.
I completely agree with Mr. Lowe's statements. I'd like to make a pitch for the importance of heritage nonetheless, which may in fact tie into policy. If there is enough interest amongst younger generations, and I think the Center's efforts to educate the young on this topic is a very big part of that process, there may be a growing sense that Singapore has reached a kind of a tipping point in its progress, and that there is now time and space to consider the past and heritage issues even more than has perhaps been possible up till now. So there seems to be a growing commitment to this type of thing, and I think the Center's establishment is an indication of that. And the kinds of research that's going on in many sectors is also indicative of growing interest in heritage. So I do hope that heritage doesn't fall behind in the three driving factors in the future.
I would very much agree with Kenneth. I think the high level of public interest over the fate of Bukit Brown, I think signals this. It's not just, from a group of historians who are interested, but ordinary Singaporeans have been galvanized by the fate of Bukit Brown and how it's been able to unearth a wealth of information about us that we didn't know before. So I think it bodes well for a growing sense of the importance of Chinese heritage in Singapore, or heritage in general.
Thank you. Go ahead. Naoko.
Hi, yeah, thanks. So thank you very much for the very interesting and what seemed on the surface to be quite different presentations, but I think it kind of ties up quite nicely because of what Dr. Low said about, in your kind of survey of people who come in and you ask them what are the sources of Chinese identity for them. And I think you named family and religion as the top two. And that ties directly into Ken's talk. And so I'm actually really struck by the density of the kind of network of Chinese temples, Chinese religious institutions in Singapore. And I thought that Professor Wang's talk in the beginning, about like what is Chinese identity in Singapore, and it just all made me think that, what is this deep kind of, I wouldn't say obsession, but, this kind of deep feeling for the ancestral kind of, what seems to me like an ancestral link, but maybe they're not. And so how do these elements of family and religious identities, which are centered in basically religious practices in Singapore, how do you think that connects really to the sense of identity of being Chinese with the kind of like, the home provinces of Fujian and Teochew? So I'm interested in like the provinces, the regions of China where most of the Singaporean Chinese come from, and the current practices of religion here, which seems to have quite a lot of this kind of heritage identities. But is it really about connections with China? Or is it actually about using these heritage connections to create new identities of Chineseness in Singapore?
Okay, I can't say we've done much research regarding the importance or significance of religion to the sense of Chineseness amongst local Singaporeans. But one thing that we have observed, and this is shown in our exhibition, in the sections where we talk about the popularity of the three festivals, Zhongyuanjie, Jiu Wang Ye Dan, the Nine Emperor Gods Festival, as well as the Tua Pei Gong Festival on Pulau Ubin, we made the deliberate decision of using video clips as our display materials. And these are all contemporary clips, meaning they were shot or filmed in the last 5 or 10 years. And then when you look at these clips, these video clips, it's quite surprising. Many of the devotees or worshippers taking part in these ceremonies or practices are young Singaporeans. If you look at their faces what they're doing, in fact, there are many younger Singaporeans who take part in such either folk beliefs or religious practices. And I believe that you're right to say that religion still plays an important role in their day-to-day life, and in that sense, probably also plays a role in their sense of identity.
I think those three rituals were very well chosen because they also display a range of practices in which there's been an increasing localization of Chinese identity through the Zhongyuanjie Getai traditions here in Singapore. There's really something quite unique has taken shape. It's quite extraordinary to see it developing into a very big online phenomenon recently too. The Nine Emperor Gods are very hard to find an origin in China. this tradition. There's a lot of discussion of whether Thailand or Phuket or somewhere else may have been the first place where these practices took the shape they have now, and then spread through Malaysia to Singapore, where there are 16 temples on the island, worshiping them in different ways. There again, I totally agree with Mr. Loh that the young people's participation is increasingly interesting. Sometimes I think that people have replaced incense with a cell phone, but they still show a great deal of attention and interest in the object of their observation. And through that social media, there's a greater impact to these events even than the very increasing numbers of people involved would allow. But this is a kind of a Southeast Asian developed ritual that's spread across the Chinese communities here. And that's very interesting. And Pulau Ubin is a fascinating case where there's the Chinese temple, but also the karamat of the Islamic holy man and his family. And there's inscriptions above it in several languages, which detail the possession of a spirit medium on Rangoon Street here in Singapore by the lady of that tomb at a certain point in the 1930s. And it was such an interesting phenomenon of transcultural interaction that it was recorded in several languages on inscriptions above the tomb. So again, the intercultural dimension is a really interesting possible development for Singapore in the future. Places like Loyang Dapo Gong include in them a Hindu shrine to Ganesh, a karamat, and various Chinese Tudigong deities, Yin and Yang. So very interesting possibilities for future explorations of Chinese identity within Singapore.
I'd just like to share a little bit more about another layer of diversity or interaction that you see at the Topeng Gong Festival in Pulau Ubin. The Da Po Gong Miao in Pulau Ubin is actually on Buddha's Hill, Foshan. It's called Foshan Da Po Gong Miao. And this particular Topeng Gong, unlike the other Topeng Gongs on the island, on Singapore Island, has chosen a different birthday for itself. Because it's located on Buddha's Hill, so it has decided, or it's told its worshippers that its birthday is actually Vesak Day. So it's decided to adopt a Buddhist date as its own birthday. So therefore, the Topeng Gong worshippers on Pulau Ubin celebrate Topeng Gong's birthday on Vesak Day. So that's another.
I just misspoke. I just realized when you were explaining that. I was thinking of the Gusu Island pilgrimage, which I thought was also very interesting because of this mix. But this is a wonderful example of a Dapo Gong adapting a Vesak Day, which is itself a compromise between the Theravadan and Mahayana groups here in Singapore to select that day for the Buddha's birthday.
Question from the online audience?
So this is a question for Professor Dean. It's very exciting to learn about the SHGIS digital platform. And are there any plans in the pipeline to expand on these resources and include representations of other ethnicities in Singapore?
Yes, thank you. We do have location information for 600 churches, 100 mosques, and 20 or 30 Indian temples. And we very much look forward to working with communities, students, and members of the public to expand our coverage of those sites. The Commission of Charities information covers all those sites. So it's now possible, at least at the kind of economic analysis level, to compare quite detailed records of these different institutions in recent years and their activities. But we hope to add more information on the cultural and historical dimensions of these sites. Some of them are very new and very big and growing fast. And there is something to watch. They're going to play major, increasingly important roles in Singapore's future as well. So thank you for the question.
Professor Kwa?
Can I ask Lee? So if I visit the Singapore Cultural Center, how different a picture will I get about being a Chinese from visiting the Chinese Cultural Center in Waterloo Street? What's the difference between the two? How will you position yourself?
Just to share, the organization of the building at Waterloo Street or Queen Street is the China Cultural Center. So that's really an extension of the Chinese government. It's very much like how Goethe Institute is associated with the French government, British Council with the British government. So the China Cultural Center doesn't have a permanent exhibition. It's mainly a programming space, and I think they also have a very good library. And the intent and purpose of the China Cultural Center is really to showcase art and culture from China. So they often bring in groups, exhibits from China, and then share them with the public. So at my center, which is the Singapore Chinese Cultural Center, 新加坡华族文化中心, I guess we are doing it in a different manner, in a sense that what we want to show and highlight and promote are Singapore groups, individuals. So the works presented by Singapore arts and cultural groups with a connection to Chinese culture. And this is one of the reasons why we decided that we wanted to set up a permanent exhibition that is open every day and free to the public, to show that, in fact, the Chinese culture in Singapore, although rooted in Chinese heritage, has a very different complexion because it's grown up or evolved in a very different context. And that context is very much rooted in the very diverse or multi-ethnic, multicultural society that has evolved here in Singapore. So I believe it should present a very different experience when visitors come to our center.
Okay, next question. Okay, Professor Kwa, and then.
Actually, I have only one question for both of you. I just want to get your view. What is your perception on Singapore Chinese? So this question is also for Mr. Loh and Mr. Professor Ling.
So I guess for us, for me, I would see the issue of Singapore Chinese culture or identity being very much bound to both ethnic identity, but more with the whole process of nation building. So national identity that plays a very important role. So hence, the title or the subtitle of our exhibition is Singaporean, discovering Chinese Singaporean culture, and not discovering Singaporean Chinese culture. So for us, it's Singapore culture at the core, and Chinese being the adjective to describe this Singapore culture. So hence, I think to answer your question, the Singapore Chinese culture is one where it's rooted, the core is a national one, and I think it's the ethnic identity that kind of distinguishes fellow citizens from one another.
I've only had the privilege of visiting Singapore over the past 12 or 15 years. I think I came in the late 80s for the first time for a Taoist event. And I've been at NUS for 6 years. So I don't consider myself an expert in the way that many in the audience are. I do think it's useful to study Singapore in Chinese culture in relation to the broader Southeast Asian context and the historical developments that have led to the remarkable success of Singapore. I think success has its prices sometimes, and that's why I encourage more research on heritage and history and rethinking alternatives to the built environment. And I am deeply impressed by the density of religious activity in a post-secular state. So I find Singapore fascinating and Chinese culture here extraordinarily interesting. I think there are lots of complex issues that Singaporean Chinese will have to work through and resolve in the future. But if there's any way that our work can contribute to building up the historical resources for that process, we're happy to do that. And we're very grateful, as I mentioned, to the Singapore Chinese Cultural Center and various institutions, MOE and other MCCY, HDB, and NHB have all supported our research. So I think that speaks to a growing interest and a growing need to train even more Singaporean researchers in these fields so that they can further the process of imagining Singapore's future together.
I think we have time for another question from the online audience.
With the movement of temples and clan associations over time due to land pressures, a lot of artifacts would be lost along the way. So do the Singapore Chinese Cultural Center or NUS have plans to systematically reach out and help collect these items and documents?
Maybe I'll start first. Well, I have to answer your question by saying yes and no. No, in a sense that because the Cultural Center is not set up to be a museum nor an archive, so we would not be in a position to be able to acquire or to collect such materials. But we do want to play a facilitative role. So over the years, we have put in place grants, schemes, either grant schemes for research or publications schemes for supporting publications. So that's, I think, the way in which we can play a role in this task.
I think NUS is also somewhat limited. The museum here is excellent, but small. And that's a problem perhaps for the entire museum infrastructure in Singapore. I think we may have to start to get very creative in thinking of alternative ways to rework the material culture of the past into future possibilities. I'm thinking of a cemetery in England that's reworked itself into a kind of a cultural venue that includes a lot of historical information, walks and tours, but also has all kinds of cultural activities, cafes and restaurants. Also working very closely with environmentalists and architects to design interesting ways to rework material culture of the past into contemporary displays or contemporary interactive spaces. So I do hope that there can be more such creative thinking in the future. One example might be the Japanese cemetery, which is a public park and is very well kept and is a very interesting place to visit and very peaceful, beautiful site in Singapore as well. I can imagine some of the cemetery spaces developing in that direction. There's been already a great deal of work from grassroots groups. The Tiong Bahru local history groups have included Tan Tock Seng's tomb in their walking tour of Tiong Bahru and helped repair some of the pathways and railings. There's efforts on the part of the All Things Bukit Brown group to identify tombs, create walking tours with apps that you can walk through with your phone and find out as you go what you're seeing. Many more such projects could be done, but again, it's really quite an urgent question because development never stops in Singapore, as we know. And so there are frequently moments of where decisions will have to be made for preservation or not. So I do hope there can be more creative thinking in this area.
And I thought that one creative solution were in fact offered by the temples here. The idea of united temples, where several temples come together to share resources. So that might be a way for clan associations to kind of creatively look for a solution to optimize their own resources.
Okay, we're just a couple of minutes over now. I think we'll have to conclude at this point. So Thanks once again, Mr. Lowe and Professor Dean for your wonderful talks, and a round of applause. And we'll reconvene in about half an hour at 4 o'clock for our final panel today. Thank you. Panel of today on the theme of the articulation of Chinese identities in Singapore. Our first speaker of this panel is Professor Kwa Chong Kwan, who is a senior fellow at the S. Rajaratnam School of International Studies, RSIS, at Nanyang Technological University, as well as honorary adjunct associate professor in the history department here at NUS. As senior fellow at RSIS, he supports a series of regional security projects with other regional institutions, ranging from maritime security to energy security, cybersecurity, nuclear energy safety and security, and biosecurity. He's also co-chair of the Singapore Member Committee of the Council for Security Cooperation in the Asia Pacific, and in that capacity was elected as the ASEAN co-chair of that council for the years 2011 through 2013. And he is the RSIS board member of the China Southeast Asia Research Center on the South China Sea, which brings together 6 Southeast Asian policy institutes to work with China's National Institute for South China Sea Studies. In all of his work on security studies and international relations in Southeast Asia, Professor Kwa's research is underpinned by history and a focus on the implicit narratives underlining our framing of regional security. At the History Department of the National University of Singapore and at the Archaeological Institute at the ICAS Yusof Ishak Institute, he is interested in issues pertaining to the long cycles and deep history of Southeast Asia. He's author of numerous articles, edited volumes, and books, including Singapore Chronicles, Pre-Colonial Singapore, published in 2017, and 700 Years, A History of Singapore, co-authored with Derek Hung, Peter Borsberg, and Tan Tai Yong, and published in 2019 as an updated version of the work that they had published 10 years earlier. And I'll also mention again that he is, along with Kwa Bak Lim, the co-editor of the English version of a general history of the Chinese in Singapore, and a contributor to a couple of the original chapters written specifically for that edition. The title of Professor Kwa's talk today is Shaping Singapore's Chinese Identities. Would you please join me in welcoming Professor Kwa Chong Kwan.
Well, thank you, Rocco. I am sorry you had to read out that very lengthy biography. I should have shortened it. I didn't know you were going to read out everything. But as I said, it's already there on the screen, and you just simply said, I will leave you to read it faster than I can speak it out for you. So I'd like to thank you very much for inviting me to this, contribute to this Yale and US Zoom webinar. It was a surprise, a pleasant surprise, an invitation which I could not turn down. And I'm delighted that you allowed me to speak to this topic that I have agreed to on shaping on the factors and drivers shaping Singapore's Chinese identities. And basically, I want to make the point that there are 4 here: an evolving local Straits Chinese identity, the base. And I want to argue that there was a push and pull factor of China and the attractions of British colonialism and the imperatives of post-World War II decolonization and nation building. In all of this, as the second last speaker, I have nothing new to say. Our keynote speaker, Prof. Wang, has already covered all of this, and I'll be adding a few footnotes only to what he has said this morning, and also what my colleague, Prof. Wang Jianli, has said. And the last one, so he has already covered in some detail. Yeah. So I'm sorry that I have nothing more new to say. So first, I start with, who did Tan Tock Seng think he is? Well, I stand to be corrected by Mark Lin and by Ken Dean, who have been looking into this in greater detail. But basically, the facts that we know of Tan Tock Seng are there, that he was the first of the Malaccan Chinese to respond to Farquhar's invitation to come down to Singapore. And we know that he started out as an itinerant hawker, and he really made his break when he teamed up with the British merchant J.H. Whitehead to go into land speculation. And then he rose to be the leader of the Malacca Chinese community and rebuilt the Ma Chu Temple, which you all have been looking at on the screen for the whole of today, and contributed to what is today the Tan Tock Seng Hospital. What is interesting here is that how he signed himself off, and that dedication stele. The stele is now in the Tan Tock Seng Hospital Heritage Center. And right at the end there, after all the usual, my compassion has led me to do this and to do that and all that, he says, this is my preface. He did this in the Qing Dynasty, 25th year of the Tao Guan reign of 1845. And he says, Tan Tock Seng, Qing Town, Zhangzhou Province, Prefecture, Fujian Province. So quite clearly, Tan Tock Seng saw himself in his ancestral village in Fujian and part of a century-old extensive network of Chinese trading communities in the Nanhai. He was, in effect, as Professor Huang has often reported, the basic pattern of Huashang. He was a migrant trader who maintained his links with his homeland. And in today's language, in that time also, he was basically a comprador, linking his Hokkien trading world with that of the colonial trading world. And this world was the dialect group, the Bang, and he was focused on the temple, Tien Hock Keng, that he contributed, I think, $3,000 to the building of. And we have been looking at this silhouette the whole of today in the slides there. The Hokkien trading world, I've argued elsewhere, is very well defined in this map, Selden, what has been called the Selden map of the British jurist John Selden, dated around 1620. That is a very unusual map. And if you want, we can discuss it a bit more at the question time. It's a very unusual map which shows the trading routes. So the second map in black and white with all those black lines highlighted are the trading routes of the Hokkien merchants in the 17th century. So Tan Tock Seng was very much a member of that Hokkien trading world that extended from Japan right down to Southeast Asia and up the Malacca Straits. So the Tien Hock Keng wasn't the only temple. The Wat Ai Cheng Biao in Phillip Street is the oldest Teochew temple. And in this photo here, you see the architect, my young colleague, Yeo Kang Shaw, who was largely responsible for the research into the architectural history of the temple, which, as he deduced, was orientated to serve the Teochew Gambia planters in that region there, in the area. As we all know, the Teochew Gambia planters predated the arrival of Raffles. And of course, as I was discussing during break time, the Heng San Teng Temple on Silat Road, which was constructed by Si Hut Keh, who came to Singapore with Tan Tock Seng, but was already a merchant of standing and could build this cemetery temple in 1827, long before Tan Tock Seng was anybody. And the temple, there's now a new Sin Hai Teng Temple at Bukit Brown, Kopi Swan, they call it there. So the color photo here is from a collection taken by the photographer, by the guy, Ronnie Pinsler, way back before 1992. We have very few photographs of this temple, I think. I stand to be corrected by Ken Dean, but very few here. So what we have here, and I go on to the next point, is that we have the push of China from the 1840s to the 1930s. Hua Kong diaspora, which was centered around the emergence of the Tiantihui, the secret societies, as the British call them, to manage the flow of the Hua Kong to Singapore. And to do this through the establishment of Gongxis, or trading companies, to control these Hua Kong. So what we were taught in our history in primary school, secondary school, the Gihin were a secret society. They were also a Gongxi engaged in business to support their activities there. So what we have here is, you can see in the three photos, how we have remembered this Hua Kong diaspora in a bronze statue on the banks of the Singapore River, near the bridge there. And that pattern continued, as you can see, as all of us some of us may remember in our memories, these Chinese coolies unloading these cargoes along the Singapore River. And again, we have seen that in earlier slides that our colleagues showed this morning there. So basically, I think as has come out in the earlier presentations, these Gongxis, these triads, were a challenge to the colonial authority and how the colonial authorities had to react to them, as Bucklin has pointed out again there. It was a challenge also to the Malacca Chinese, who controlled the temples and the banks. The third driver here that I would suggest to you is about the lure of colonialism that, yes, Tan Tock Seng and his colleagues, his generation, came as compradors. But by 1840s, 1850s, certainly in the 1860s, they had become collaborators with the British in the building of the empire. Collaborators to maintain their position with the British of their control of the Chinese communities here. Secondly, to join the British in the opening up of the Malay Peninsula, tin mining, timber, and the other natural products of the peninsula. And finally, the attractions of turning to English education. So here you see the picture of the 1867 Legislative Council. Harry Ode, I think, is the man there in the gown. And you see one of them, I forget who is that person in that Chinese dress costume there. And this other photograph here is the first batch of Queen's scholars that went off to London, to UK for education. And the guy at the corner there, sitting down, that's Lim Boon King. And the other guy is Song Ong Xiang. So you see here this turn to collaborating. And of course, in the wider context of empire history, it's nothing new. In India, the Raj turned to collaborate with the British in ruling the country, India. There's a very interesting quote here of this new evolving lifestyle by the British colonial author, born 1879, about the Malacca Babas who can claim no connection to China, but continue to maintain the links, the traditions of China. And yet, basically what he's saying is that outside of those swinging doors, they were very British. They had their clubs, they conformed, but once behind the swinging doors, they became entirely retreated to a very Chinese world there. And you can find similar comments by other British commentators of this very divided style of living of the evolving local Chinese community. So all this is builds up to the point that Prof. Wang was making this morning, that there was a very clear divide, two worlds, between the local-born Chinese and the newer immigrant Chinese, the Xingkeks, the Huagong here. And I would suggest to you that by the turn of the century, Tan Jiak Kim was the quintessential Baba with 1 foot in the colonial world, 1 foot in the Baba Chinese world. And these three photos, I think, makes the point there. You see him in his traditional costume with his family and his house. The house used to stand on River Valley Road, Panglima Prang it was called, just in front of the junction of River Valley and St. Thomas Walk there. And from that, you can see the lifestyle that we're leading. There is now, in fact, a very interesting private museum run by a medical doctor, owned by a medical doctor, where he has replicated much of this Baba house of the early 20th century. And in the bottom there is the funeral hearse that Tan Jiak Kim was apparently transported for his last journey. When I was assigned to the National Museum, I found in the storeroom this dilapidated, broken down thing, and I asked the curators, what is this? Can it be repaired and restored? No. And I said, if you can't, then why are we keeping this pile of broken down furniture? Throw it out. And he says, no, we will not. And they restored it to this state there where it was on display at the new National Museum there. So that was how Tan Jiak Kim made his last journey on this thing there. And of course, here in that tradition of the increasingly Anglophone world, so Song Ong Xiang would be the pinnacle of it, where he openly declared that he is the King's Chinese. And you see him here in this portrait, very British, and you look at him with his very direct gaze at you, and you see on the table behind him or next to him there, if you look at the book, one of them is the Holy Bible. The one on the table there is his history of the Chinese. This is Song Ong Xiang, the King's Chinese. So we have then, by the turn of the century, two competing Chinese identities: the Straits Chinese British Association, on which Tan Jiak Kim was one of the founding members, and you see that there on that side there, that photo there, dedicated to preserving, furthering the interests of those Straits-born Chinese, Anglophone Chinese. And on this side here, the Singapore Chinese Chamber of Commerce, the Association of the China Traders then. And you can see the difference in the costumes where their allegiances are. And I think we've seen this photo from Hua Baklin just now about the powerful, very direct pull of China. And so I think this quote here, this very well-known quote that all of us know, heaven is high and the emperor is far away, applies very well to Tan Tock Seng. He was not bothered about the emperor, about being a subject of the great Ming or the great Qing state. But I think by the time of Tan Jiak Kim, Song Ong Xiang, and Lim Boon Keng, that emperor had come very close to them with the appointment of Cao Pinglong as the Consul General. And as Pak Lin has pointed out, the competition, the claim for the loyalties of the Straits Chinese, which the British colonial authorities then had to respond to. So the issue then of the reform of the China, where the politics of it, and you have here the visits of Kang Youwei and Sun Yat-sen, both bringing their style of politics and reform to Singapore, and the response by Lim Boon Keng, a re-Sinicized Chinese who studied Chinese. I think he also got to the point where he could translate one of the old Chinese classics, and he went back to China and for a while was the chancellor, I think, of Xiamen. And the other guy whom we don't hear too much about, Hu Seok-wan, who actually went back to China and sat for one of the final imperial exams and qualified and passed and qualified to be appointed, but he came back to Singapore. And I think he was the one who hosted Kang Youwei on his visit to Singapore, where Kang Youwei stayed for several months. Sun Yat-sen, of course, is better known in the Sun Yat-sen Villa, which we have restored to commemorate his visit. And the pull of China, again, is seen in the support that Tan Kah Kee gave in leading the Singapore-China Relief Fund. He and Aw Boon Haw were the key donors to that fund. So in this photo, you see a younger looking Tan Kah Kee with Sun Yat-sen and Aw Boon Haw all decked out with his British decorations there. So that again gives you the conflicting, diverse loyalties, identities of that generation there. And finally, during the occupation, for these two communities, they joined the Malayan People's Anti-Japanese Army. And this is the photo of a post-war parade of that Malayan People's Anti-Japanese Army that went on to become the militant arm of the Malayan Communist Party in the emergency here. So let me sum up this by saying that for Lee Kuan Yew then, it was, as he said in his memoirs, a shock that he didn't realize until then that there was a whole group of Chinese educated in Chinese schools who did not acknowledge or unaware of the British and the colonial system. And after the war, he was to learn more about them. So I think this line here, I put it in here to indicate that at least for my generation, right through the 1950s, 60s, we were defined by the schools we went to. So whether you went to that school at the top there, and I put it there simply because that was my school, and whether you went to the other school, fundamentally shaped your worldview. And after that, whether you went to this university or you went to that university, consolidated that very different identities here. And in the post-World War II world, all these identities played out in the politics of the era. So here you see the Progressive Party established after World War II, and then the SBCA. What to do? Do we take a point of stand and fight? And the then President, T.W. Hinch, this man then, he blinked and took the SBCA out of politics. We are Chinese, doesn't appeal to the rest of Singaporeans, but not LKY. Lee Kuan Yew was actually prepared to use the SBCA as his first political platform. And when they didn't rise to the occasion, he went off to form the PAP. But the Chinese Chamber of Commerce was prepared to put their money down and form the Democratic Party. And of course, beneath them both was the Malayan Communist Party with their United Front strategy, And the mastermind was Yu Chuan, who Prof. Wang knew very well when he was brought back to work in the East Asia Institute. And so finally, let me conclude by saying that to hear that evolving identity, Anglophone Chinese, China Chinese, had to change, as Sylvie was discussing, with the decolonization, with independence, and how do you manage a plural society of a colonial port city and meld it into a nation state. And Sylvie has worked through all the issues with you. Rajaratnam thought we could all be put into a cooking pot and become a curry. I think by the time George Yeo, no. Those bits of the curry become a smooth curry. Look at that little bits. And I think George Yeo thought of it more as a plate of rojak or smorgasbord here. And as we have discussed also, it all goes back to the bilingual policies, the Speak Mandarin campaign from 1979 onwards that fundamentally has changed our identities in Singapore here. So where are we today? Are we still evolving our content here, hybrid Straits Chinese or Peranakan identity, which is responding to the demands of a colonial state, a city-state, or a global city? All three demand different demands on their citizens. And all this in a globalizing Southeast Asia, experiencing renewed push and pulls for dominance from China and the US. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Kwa, for a highly informative look at what the various factors that went into shaping the different Chinese identities here in Singapore. I'd like to now move on to today's final speaker, Kui Hui Kian, who is Associate Professor of Chinese at the National University of Singapore. Prior to coming to NUS, Professor Kui was Associate Professor in the Department of Historical Studies of the Center for Diaspora and Transnational Studies at the University of Toronto, having previously earned her PhD at the University of Leiden. Her research interests include Southeast Asian history, especially the histories of Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore, colonialism and imperialism, especially Dutch and British, Chinese ethnicity, migration, religion, and transnationalism and entrepreneurial networks, among others. She's the author of a number of articles in these fields, as well as the author of the book, The Political Economy of Java's Northeast Coast, circa 1740 through 1800, Elite Synergy, published by Brill in 2006. The title of our talk today is Racializing Chinese in Southeast Asia, the Case of Singapore at the Turn of the 20th Century. Would you please join me in welcoming Professor Kui Hui Kian? Thank you.
Hello, right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks, Professor Cook, for inviting me to this symposium. So I'll just get straight to the story. I wonder if I have time to talk about everything. But so title of my talk today is Racializing Chinese in Southeast Asia, Case of Singapore at the Turn of the 20th Century. I'll start by talking about the field, state of the field. Here I refer to the field of Chinese overseas, especially Chinese in Southeast Asia, and especially the subfield of history. So in terms of the historical methodology, I think in general, not just history of the Chinese in Singapore, is that we can see that there's actually quite an insufficient interrogation of the sources. So if we just think about it, the bulk of the sources that historical sources that we use for the period before late 19th century in the whole of Southeast Asia, whether it's relating to the Chinese or not, would be the European sources. And from the late 19th to the around mid 20th century, we are added with sources. I mean, here I'm talking about history before the mid 20th century. We added some Chinese language sources produced by Chinese diplomats, politicians, and traveling cultural intelligentsia in the form of official records, reports, Chinese newspapers, etc., and also some sources, mainly in European and some local languages, produced by local-born, so-called local-born Chinese and also local people. Last but not least, there will be like very few, when we are actually talking about the Chinese in Southeast Asia, there are actually very few writings, especially before mid-20th century. Very few of the migrants actually write down records, and even then it will be the elite members. So I think just now there are a few presentations before this shows this very sufficiently well. And there's also, in terms of the historical methodology, a tendency of stacking materials mentioning Chinese or Chinese sounding names, and also to extrapolate from several cases to conclude as activities or characteristics of all Chinese. So there's actually an analytic jump, if you think about it. The general treatment is that these were unfiltered, objective truth about Chinese persons generally in history, without much consideration of the authorship. And here, second thing I think with regards to the state of the field is that there are some historical tropes that are very standard when we are looking at the Chinese in Southeast Asia, especially. So some of these standard tropes are these standard images about the Chinese as colonial intermediaries, Chinese as patriotic Chinese or 爱国华侨, Chinese as somewhat economic animals, and so of course among major scholars, the deconstructing of the image of 爱国华侨, overseas Chinese nationalism, has been undertaken to some part. So everybody realized that this is more or less a sort of propaganda from China, and really trying to draw from their subjects. Recognizing the so-called overseas Chinese as subjects of China is a kind of political move, but there is not really a sort of like analysis and deconstruction of the image of Chinese as colonial intermediaries or as economic animals. And well, I can explain why this is the case, but just to say that these are the kinds of historical tropes of the Chinese in Southeast Asia. The third feature of in the field of Chinese in Southeast Asia in the field is that there is a tendency to preserve race. So ultimately, race is kept and promoted. That's what I'm trying to point at. And here, I especially draw on two major texts, especially by Professor Wang on the Chinese overseas, his 2000 book, and also Philip Kuhn, 2008. These are synthesis works, but they tell you what is generally in the field. That is, there's often discussion in these texts that reference to Chinese trade, Chinese business. These are all in inverted commas for me. Chinese capital, discussion of how Chinese encountered violence, massacres, so very famous ones on the Spanish Manila, 5 to 6 massacres in the 16th and 17th century. And of course, the famous one, Dutch massacre of the Chinese in Batavia in 1740. So, but these are glossed over as Chinese sufferings, Chinese exploitation, Chinese massacres, etc., etc. And as well, there are also tendency to subsume different groups, right? Distinct social groups such as Hainanese, Teochew, Cantonese, Hakka, Hokkien, Henghua, you name it. And also Peranakan versus Totok, so the so-called local Chinese versus the China-born Chinese, the Baba versus the Sinket. So all these actually quite distinct social differences are kind of put under Chinese racial umbrella and turn into variants of Chinese as their dialects, place of birth, rather than recognition as distinct social groups in their own right. And of course, here we can elaborate also further for those who are familiar with Philip Kuhn's book, Chinese among others, his discussion of the 4 basic affinities: compatriotism, kinship, co-rituality, brotherhood. Again, as a kind of, as he puts it, Chinese organizational genius, in spite of the fact that the very specific membership not open to every Chinese, right? I mean, here there's a lot of examples indicating this. I'll talk about one example later. And so in the process of these kinds of history writing, you kind of see that these very distinct groups become variants of the same. Very similar to the problem of dialect versus language. When do we call Hokkien a dialect? When do we call it a language? Why is it being called a dialect, right? I mean, these are linguist experts, and then we are actually learning from them, but I'm saying that the tendency that we do is subsume these very distinct groups under a very broad racial umbrella. And also, I think when we do that, we also cut the comparison, the comparative possibilities of very similar dynamics. For instance, what Philip Kuhn talks about in terms of compatriotism, kinship, co-rituality, brotherhood. These are also very similar if we look at other Asian diasporas, such as the Chettiars, the Sindhwokis, Bugis, and even the Tamil Koli gangs, which were described by Barbara Andaya in her 1978 book on Perak. So, by and large, in the field, there's a treatment of Chinese as a positivist identity category. And that when you actually do that and you generate histories based on this kind of assumption, you tend to create a kind of forever Chinese image when you're doing such. And in terms of the historiography of Singapore, specifically relating to the Chinese, I think here we know all the very standard works. There are a lot of Cao Chorkee, Mary Turnbull, Yan Qinhuang, Yong Qun, but a lot of the also many Chinese language works as well has all the above characteristics, that there's a lack of interrogation of the sources and the authorship and the intentions of the authors, and also that the 3 tropes that I mentioned just now about Chinese as colonial intermediaries, as 爱国华侨, or as a kind of economic animals, tends to be also perpetuated in the works on Singapore history. Of course, this is not really that much of a problem compared to other studies of the Chinese in other Southeast Asian countries when Chinese were minorities, because a lot of these images become turned into very negative ones, like colonial intermediaries, are they co-colonizers, economic animals, are they economic predators? And these have been very fruitfully used by colonial regimes against the Chinese at very strategic political timings, as we all know. So I'm just saying, especially for Singapore, Chinese studies, I mean, Chinese historiography, the historiography on the Chinese in Singapore has all these tendencies. And also, I think especially how it's been promoted into a kind of forever Chinese image is very clearly done. For instance, there's of course a lot of works on the Bang formation, right? Occupational specialization. And this is very particularly ironic, since the biggest riots in Singapore history is actually not the 1960s racial riots as we know it, right? I mean, it is the intra-racial riots, so to speak, between the Hokkiens and the Teochews in the 1950s. And also the Tian Fu Gong example that a few presenters were pointing out in the earlier presentations. It's not really, I mean, it's been named a Hokkien temple, but it is really at its point of founding, and for a very long time, a coalition of Malacca Babas and wealthy Chinese junk owners, not open to any Hokkien or Chinese as it's being suggested today when is being referred to as a Hokkien temple. Of course, with decolonization, as we understand, Singapore, so-called Chinese become citizens, no more migrants, become hyphenated Singaporeans. And as we know it, especially from the works of Nirmala Purushottam in her book published in 2000, Negotiating Multiculturalism, there's certainly especially striking when we compare to other Southeast Asian countries. In Singapore, where race is not spelled out. I mean, it might be part of the strategy of the government, but in Singapore, it is clearly spelled out in everything that's related to the government. I mean, now you just fill in any form. You want to apply for HDB flat, definitely a race category, your identity card, a race category. I mean, Nirmala Purushottam writes this much better than I can speak, so I'll defer you to her work. And so here, if we think about, I mean, before I go into the topic proper, I'll just talk a little bit about theoretical considerations, all right, which that I draw on when I'm doing this rereading on the Chinese, rereading the sources on the Chinese at the turn of the 20th century. I think there's a lot to draw from the Black and Native American histories when they talk about racial capitalism. So very famous writers and activists like Du Bois, C.L.R. James, Frantz Fanon, and also Native American writers, Aníbal Quijano, Jody Bright, they have critiqued Marxist theories for Eurocentrism and omitting the study of race and racism in the analysis of capitalism. And here, especially, they discuss focusing on the Black, especially on the Blacks and Native Americans in the New World, so to speak. They argued that race and racialism was the epistemology, ordering principle, organizing structure of modern capitalist domination. And in other words, in their arguments, racial categorization was used to justify the dehumanization and different labor exploitation of people in different parts of the world since the birth of the modern world system in the 16th century. I can go on with this, but I'll just cut it sort of there. So I think very good quotes will be racialization and colonization have worked simultaneously to other and abject entire people so that they can be enslaved, excluded, removed, and killed in the name of progress and capitalism. Another body of works that I draw on is the discussion on strategic essentialism and subjectlessness among Asian American experts and also comparative literary experts. These are people like Lisa Low, Candice Chu, Gayatri Spivak. And here, especially to take notes from Low, who champions Gayatri Spivak's notion of strategic essentialism, she argues that there should be a treatment on the Chinese and Asian America, these are the topics of her study, not as a natural or static category, but a socially constructed unity and a situationally specific position, which is assumed for political reasons. And here, Candice Chu rejects Chinese as a positivist identity category, proposing subjectlessness as a conceptual tool to manufacture Asian American and other ethnic identities in varying spatial and temporal contexts. Here, I quote her, if we accept a priori that Asian American studies is subjectless, then rather than looking to complete the category of Asian American, to actualize it by such methods as enumerating various components of differences such as gender, class, sexuality, religion, and so on, we are positioned to critique the effects of the various configurations of power and knowledge through which the term comes to have meaning, all right? And here, I think what she's suggesting here is that when we are actually doing, how I draw it from her is that we're actually doing reading the historical sources instead of treating the descriptions on Chinese as realities about the Chinese in the source, in history, we should actually ask ourselves, what is it that the author, by portraying Chinese in such a way at that time, was trying to achieve? And last but not least would be a very important scholar in the field on post-colonial studies, colonial post-colonial studies, would be Anne Stoller's. Many of her books are very important, but here I quote especially a 2009 book, Along the Archival Grain. And as she has cogently argued, I think documents in the colonial archives were not dead matter that simply accounted the actions or records of what people thought happened. They were an arsenal of sorts that were utilized and reactivated to suit new governing strategies in pursuit of imperial projects, from efforts to mold the colonial subjects' effective states to the monitoring of the parameters of racial ontologies. However, as we can see, many historians, especially in the field of Chinese in Southeast Asia, tend to treat them as unfiltered truths rather than analyze the logic that drove these racial naming and characterization. In any case, I'll be drawing on these theories to look at the corpus on the Chinese in the turn of the 20th century Singapore. I might be running out of time, so here I'm just going to flash to you 4 main corpus. I'm here plundering from my MA thesis, which I wrote 20 years ago, but only this section, right? But just to say that, in fact, there's, especially when we're talking about turn of the 20th century, from here I'm referring especially from the period 1880s until around 1910s. There are 4 major corpus, which I'm sure all the historians in our group are very, very familiar with. So firstly, the British colonial archives and their sources. Secondly, the Straits Chinese writings, especially the Straits Chinese magazine, which was published from 1897 to 1907, led especially by Lim Boon Keng, Song Ong Siang, and fellows. And also, third major source would be the Qing official source. And this is the time, of course, when Qing starts to realize that this overseas so-called Chinese-looking people who wears a pigtail, right, can be actually quite rich and resourceful for their 富强运动, which is to make China rich and strong. Okay, and last but not least would be, I look very closely at the Chinese newspapers. The oldest one in Singapore is Le Bao, and this is by Chinese cultural intelligentsia who are on their sojourns, and especially from the newspaper men. So I'm just going to flash a few quotes, but to here are quotes which indicates drawing from British colonial officials. And first one would be by Crawford, John Crawford, who was the third, one of those after Raffles. The Chinese have an intimate knowledge of the markets and a skill in and laying in their cargoes. They display a rigid economy and give an attention to details. They have, over and above, peculiar advantages in the ports of their country. Some of them, such as afford the most favorable materials of commerce with the Indian islands, the European merchant being altogether excluded from. Second one is drawn from Francis Light. He is, of course, the so-called founder, EIC, East India Company in Penang. And he says the Chinese constitute the most valuable part of our inhabitants. They possess the different traits of carpenters, masons, and smiths and traders, shopkeepers and planters, and they employ small vessels and prows and send adventures to the surrounding countries. And again, Crawford, I entertain so high an opinion of the industry, skill, and capacity of consumption of the Chinese that I consider one Chinaman equal to the value to the state of 2 natives of the Coromandel coast. This is, of course, Southeast India. And to 4 Malays, at least. What you basically see from this, there are many quotes that I provide in my if you want further details on discussion. But just based on these few quotes, you can see very clearly that in the eyes of the British colonial masters, the Chinese were an object of helping them facilitate economy. All right, here, of course, in this period of time, one major trade was exchanging Indian opium for China's tea, but a lot of the straits produced were very important as supplements to Indian opium as well. And basically, the British colonial regime and the European merchants, especially the British, were relying on the so-called Chinese to help them with gathering the straits produced in the archipelago to be brought to China. And so here, economic value was the most important thing, as we can see when the British were talking about the Chinese. Not to say, I'll come back to this later. With regards to the Straits Chinese writings, and here I'm referring especially to the writings that we find in the Straits Chinese magazine, which was published from 1897 to 1907, is that these were, I'll just quote here, all right? No, I'll just say a few backgrounds before I go to the quote. These are basically very wealthy and powerful, well-educated King's Chinese, as Professor Kua puts it, Queen's scholars, all right? So in the British eyes, they are the most educated and civilized among the Chinese. But when you actually go through every article of this Straits Chinese magazine, what you tend to see, and a conclusion you can draw from, is that they felt that they have encountered a kind of colonial glass ceiling. That is, they may be regarded as higher than the natives, as the quote of Crawford indicates, that one Chinaman is equal to what, 4 native Malays, etc. But they were always not put below the whites. This is, of course, the classic colonial racial hierarchy. And so if the way they were many of the writings that they reflect in Straits Chinese magazine, as well as other individual writings by some of these elite King's Chinese, is they tend to try to talk about themselves as how Chinese heritage, all right, especially Confucianism, has actually higher morality compared to the European Christianity, and as well as how, even if they may lose to the Western science, which is of course one of the major things in the justifying the European colonial hierarchy, they would justify that if we don't have as good Western science, we can learn it. And definitely our Confucianism puts us on a higher moral scale compared to the Europeans. So the long and short of it is how they actually try to prop themselves to be the eligible leaders of the colonial regime, meaning that they don't want to be put under the white people in the colonial administration. And so here I quote, "The Straits Chinese people have a great future before them. Under the auspices of the British government, they may confidently aspire to be the most useful and most important positions in the empire if they will prepare themselves for the positions which they hope to fill. Let us never forget that we are the descendants of a great people. If we do, then surely there will be no hope for us. If we pay no heed to them, we shall always be an important element in the population of these islands. And let us not look around and see how the descendants of some civilized nations, by here he means the Europeans, that they have succumbed to the effects of the tropical environment." Okay, I can discuss further, but time is running out. So I'm just going to, here is a discussion on how the Qing officials, especially when they are writing about the Chinese, what is it that they are aiming for? Here we have very good discussions indicating that they turn Chinese into Huaqiao as sojourners temporary sojourners overseas, basically reclaim them as part of the Chinese nation, and ultimately trying to urge them to contribute, donate, invest to enable China to become strong and able to compete against the West. And also, this is from the Le Bao one. Again, I shall not elaborate further. What I do want to talk a little bit further about before time runs out is to talk about how that when we actually analyze these 4 corpus of works, which are the standard works of on the Chinese in Singapore at the turn of the 20th century, what we basically see is that every one of them talk about Chinese as a collective, and all of them has a certain aim. I mean, it wasn't just objectively or purely recording, but they were recording for certain interests that fits their own objectives and aims, whether it is, like I said, Straits Chinese to prop themselves as potential leaders in a decolonized world, or the Qing regime trying to get them to invest more in China. And when we coming to this topic on the racecraft is that we basically see that it is not really so much objective description of the past, but these racialized narratives of the Chinese in Singapore and Southeast Asia more generally, they did not just remain a kind of interest among academics and professional historians having debates in such symposiums, but there are also active sponsorship by the current PRC state and the Singapore state. Just very quickly, the PRC state is now actively circulating these historical narratives of the Chinese as colonial intermediaries, 爱国华侨, economic animals, and a sense of the Chinese overseas as a kind of forever cultural Chinese. And it was really towards supporting its current capitalist interests in the Asia Pacific today to promote a kind of 华侨华人 trope or narrative, and ultimately trying to draw them to argue that now China may not be the political motherland of this Chinese overseas, of this 华侨华人, but they will forever be the cultural motherland. So please continue to invest and contribute and donate whatever you do. But 2 very important recent projects that they are engaging in, touching on history, is the Xia Nanyang historical documentary, which was produced and released in 2013. And another one would be Long Dengao's 华侨华人史话系列, and actually I can't see the time, but so it's just to say that there is a very vested interest by contemporary political economic interests to continue propping these types of historical narratives of unified Chinese. As for the Singapore state, I think this is very common already for many people, but I'll just state a few things for the record. 1983 Institute of East Asian Philosophy, now EAI, but it's reminiscent, as many scholars have argued, of Lim Boon Keng's and Straits Chinese Confucianism, promotion of the Confucianism project, trying to basically jump on the Chinese economic bandwagon, especially after 1978. And also, of course, starting from 1990s, Singapore State, very active promotion of the Wan Qing Yuan. I think Huang Jianli wrote an article on that, but just really drawing to that period of Singapore history, talking about the Chinese, how they actually has much contribution to modern China, etc. And of course, one of the tenets of the founding history of Singapore is the vulnerability, and how the Chinese, Singapore as a Chinese island was surrounded by this Islamic Muslim archipelago. Really, Malaysia and Indonesia's cases are often the boogeyman to tell Chinese to remain within the group, very much like Night Shyamalan, The Village. But I just say, please refer to Lily Zubaida Rahim's 2009 book on the Singapore in the Malay world, how Singapore state often treat itself with a regional outsider complex, and always playing up the racialization as a form of divide and rule. And here I do want to end. Do I have 1 more minute? No. Oh, okay. So I'll just end here. But I think what I want to talk about is that there are actually, if we don't think about racecraft, and this is not my terminology, but terminology by Black American Studies experts as Barbara Fields and Karen Fields, that if racecraft is about making race a commonsensical object into a kind of natural category, then it is necessary to explore how it becomes, how such racialized imaginings are crafted into the common sense, and how they can, here we are here looking at multiple layers of racialization and in multiple temporalities, whether it's by the moment of the turn of the 20th century historic players, whether it's by historians themselves, and how it's being played up again by contemporary powerful state interests is something we need to explore. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Professor Quay, for another highly informative and highly nuanced examination of issues pertaining to Chinese identities here in Singapore. I'll invite you and also Professor Kwa back up to the stage now for some Q&A. Any questions from the live audience? Or should we start then with the Zoom question?
Yeah, so there's a question from Shirin Chua. How did the difference in identity between Chinese Peranakans and the Xingke Chinese-born Chinese develop? It doesn't seem to consistently be class or about Straits versus foreign birth, because there weren't many Chinese families who stayed in Singapore for generations. So yeah, she's basically asking about the difference in identity between these two groups.
Who's been the question being directed to?
To both professors.
Okay. Yeah. Do you need that repeated again, or I don't think God got all of it. So you want to repeat it one more time? Sorry.
Yeah. So how did the difference in identity between the Chinese Peranakans and the Xingke Chinese develop?
Well, here again, I invite my other co-panelists earlier in the day to jump in, but my understanding is that Xingke newcomer is a terminology from the 1840s onwards, when you got these new wave of migrants coming in as coolie contract laborers. And that was how they were labeled by the old established Malaccan Chinese community. So it was literally an othering of by these Malaccan Chinese of the other. But I don't know here, I mean, maybe Buckley, you want to say something or not? About Xingkes?
Actually, as I know, this is a differentiate between the local-born Chinese and the newcomer from China, because they think that the local-born Chinese with street-born Chinese, they find that they are more or less is a high-class people because they are king's Chinese, and those Xingkes basically they are coolie, and then they come here to work. This is, I think, it's only the terminology. This. I don't know whether Professor Kwai agree with me.
If I understand that question correctly, the distinction between the two, am I right? Yes, so that is the distinction that the old Malaccan Chinese wanted to maintain their difference, their identity, and that you are all newcomers. I don't know whether my other co-panelists earlier in the day will want to say something more than that distinction. The issue here being today, of course, whether from our point of view, the recent visitors, migrants from China can also be considered a new wave of Xingke. I think Prof. Wang, you are alluding or hinting at that.
Thank you. I'm not sure whether the term Xingke was actually first used by the Straits Chinese or by the Baba. It could have been because there were also other Chinese here who were not from the Baba Malacca groups, who came from the Riau Lingga or from Borneo, from Java and so on, who were here. So I don't know who started using the phrase, but I think you're correct to say that it described primarily those people who came after the 1840s and mostly were working class people. But it doesn't necessarily apply just to the Baba Malacca Peranakan to search them, because there were other Chinese who were also doing quite well, who came from other parts of Southeast Asia, who also thought these newcomers were definitely of a lower class, and they did not know how to behave, and they had to be treated very differently. I think that was the overall impression. But who exactly used the phrase first, I haven't been able to determine.
Professor Cui, do you have anything to add to that? Or okay, more questions? Yes, please.
Thank you. I have a question for Professor Gui. So thank you so much for bringing in these critical, fresh perspectives on the Chinese race, quote unquote. So with regards to the racializing project, where would you situate the early ethnographic and anthropologic texts? So, by the late 19th century, early 20th century, those Western colonialist scholars began to compose those texts in more and more abundance on all the ethnicities that they encounter. And for me, they somehow represent the earliest attempts to deconstruct and break apart, or at least to challenge these racialized categories that you presented about, right? That were perpetuating these boundaries. So well, they are for sure still in continuity with the rest of the colonial texts in reinforcing and constructing racial categories. Yet I would say oftentimes they were written for a more humanitarian cause than what Stoller said in the quote, that it's an arsenal, a storage of weapons, right? So would you consider those threads of thoughts, the early ethnographies and anthropological texts, as perpetuating the racializing project, or would you situate it as something other than that?
Thank you. I suppose you are referring to the Horot. Would you, is that what you are thinking, or if you have a specific text in mind?
Yeah, I guess another question would be, since I'm more familiar with those texts about other parts of Southeast Asia than, British Malaya and Straits colonies, I guess the other question would be, have you encountered many texts like that about this part of Southeast Asia as compared to like the Horot and the Dutch, schools?
Okay, perhaps first things first is that when I think even whether I'm talking about racialization project or whether Ann Stoller is talking about this racialization project, it's not necessarily with reference to self-professed ethnographic texts. I mean, a lot of what we know very much about history, they are written by colonial officials who are not necessarily, I mean, they were usually trying to fight for some of their policies, like the Horot was certainly trying to stop the Dutch regime from abolishing the Gongsi system, right? But the text that I use, which is very similar, going along very similar lines, will be written by people like, in the context of Singapore history, since this is a symposium on Singapore. We can talk more about Southeast Asia later. It's J.D. Vaughan, who was actually a police inspector in Penang. And because he comes across so many so-called Chinese subjects, he start to record about their burial customs, their marriage customs, and things like that on the site. And then also, of course, Pickering, W.A. Pickering, again, many scholars in this room would be very familiar with. He's the first so-called Chinese protector in British Singapore. And he was really, when you analyze what he was writing about the Chinese, he was really, and aiming especially at the so-called secret societies, he was really aiming to appeal to the colonial government in the metropole to give money in order for him to set up a Chinese protectorate. And he became the first Chinese protector. Never mind the politics behind, but just to say that these are texts which were not necessarily written by ethnographers, but they are really written to promote certain policies on the side, and sometimes they are just, but the thing that we should be looking at is how these become transformed into standard historical documents to talk about the so-called Chinese in Singapore in the late 19th century. And this is where I'm aiming at. Are these writings, if we analyze them in their own right, these are political documents, turn into unproblematic, objective descriptions of Chinese in the past. All right. So I hope it answers your question. I don't think it does, but just.
Okay, thanks. Ashley, do you have another question for us from the online audience?
Yeah, so this question is asked by Gyokun Pue to any of the panelists. To what extent does the religion of Islam, it being the predominant religion of the majority of the population in the Malay archipelago, and the current trend of Islamization in the region, influence the Chinese ethnic and cultural identity in Singapore today? So to what extent does Islam, being the predominant religion of the majority of the population in the Malay archipelago, influence the Chinese cultural and ethnic identity in Singapore today?
If I understand the question, it's asking about Muslims and Islam versus Chinese.
Islam has affected Chinese identities in Singapore.
Your math makes it very difficult to understand, sorry.
Okay, you want to? Okay.
I suppose to the person who asked the question, I think it's a long-standing, I wouldn't call it myth, but it would be something that in Singapore we keep telling ourselves that we are a Chinese island surrounded by Muslim archipelago, and so we must enhance the vulnerability. Of course, these are state narratives which are drummed into us from the time we attend school, and talking about the vulnerability of Singapore, the smallness, the fact that it's Chinese, and I'm here. What I'm actually trying to appeal when I'm doing this talk is really to say, in the first place, we should consider how is racialization taking place in Singapore? How are certain myths or maybe not myths, but imaginings of threat being imagined in Singapore? How did we come to think of these as commonsensical knowledge? Is there truth to this, or is it? Yeah, we always like to point out how Malaysia is much bigger, how Indonesia is much bigger, but the fact is that in terms of militarization, we are the best. We supply arms to Burma, we have some of the top, most best, I think probably Professor Kwa can talk about this even better. We have very good military, R&D, which we test out in South Africa and other Australia, etc., other places. So really, where's the threat here besides confrontation lasting for 2 years and after that separation from Malaysia? Seems that for all these years, more than 50 years, we certainly didn't see any possible threat that any of our Islamic neighbors is going to actually will against us, but it's something we keep telling ourselves, which is why just now I talk about Night Shyamalan's wonderful film, The Village. I don't know if everybody has watched it, but I love the movie. You know, basically thinking that we are threatened by an imagined enemy and keeping the people inside the village. So I'm just really turning the question back to the one who's asking question. How is it that you think that Islam is a threat to Singapore just because we are supposedly majoritarian Chinese?
Well, I'm not sure it was posed as necessarily a threat to Singapore, but rather just in terms of general influence, if I understood the question correctly with it. But I don't, does anybody else have any thoughts on that? Or should we move on to the next question? Oh, yeah, Professor Kwa.
Let me add here to say that all these statements have to be put in their historical context. So whether Islam, Malays were or are a threat have to be seen in what point of time, who said what, for what reason. So if you put it in the context of 1965, yes, it's quite clear that at that point of time, Lee Kuan Yew did see a threat from the surrounding countries. Indonesia was confronting Malaysia. We had Indonesian saboteurs in Singapore. So that memory there is fixed in the memories of our founding fathers. And then again, how that memory of that threat then evolves. So I think here, in that historical context, you have to follow how that initial event is then remembered and transformed over time. It's very easy from today, or LKY was making it up to defend the hegemony of the PAP party. You can say that, but in the postmodern language, this is crypto-normativism, I would say.
Professor Kwa?
This question is for both to respond. In 1900, when the Boxing uprising happened in China, and there's a local-born Singapore Chinese who tried to appeal to the street-born Chinese, to organize a volunteer troop, go back to China, helping British to fight against China. 40 years later, when China was invaded by Japan, and Tan Ka-Ken also gathered the whole Southeast Asia Chinese to help China to fight against Japanese. These are the two different identities and two different historical events. So I just want to see your view and whether such thing will repeat again in future history.
Well, Baklin, the answer, of course, is the future is very difficult to foresee. So here, it's speculative. Yes, certainly, how those memories of being asked to support the motherland, whether in 1937 by Tan Ka-Ki or earlier, will depend on who's the leader in China, who's making those appeals, or who in Singapore is suggesting that. So it's very easy to say that in today's situation, yes, you can read Xi Jinping's appeal, watch out, come back home to support the motherland, as in line with that earlier appeals to support the of Tan Ka-Ki. Yeah. Whether we respond, again, depends on how we read that here. So here, if you look at the record, there is that action, reaction, there is that how we respond. So I think the challenge for the policy maker here is Singapore is like, as for the British government, what is our position? What does the Singapore government respond when Xi Jinping makes that direct appeal? Who in Singapore is responding to that appeal? That's a policy issue here.
Well, I will refrain from using we all the time. I say no. I totally agree with Professor Kwa on the point of.
Identity overseas. 50 years on, we have an identity as Singaporeans, isn't it? So
Yeah. Well, our understanding of being a Singaporean might differ, but anyway, just to say, I mean, it's very good that Professor Kwa brings in on Xi Jinping, and if Xi Jinping now says that, okay, Huaqiao please donate and save China or whatever, you know, and Professor Kwa, I think, rightly points out that how is it that we are going to respond, right? And that he also suggests that the response will be probably very different from what happens maybe in 1937 when Tan Kah-Kee made similar appeal. I would urge us to consider that maybe what we are thinking now, is very similar to what the Chinese in the 1930s are also thinking, the so-called Chinese in whether in Singapore or in Southeast Asia when Tan Kah-Kee made the appeal. I mean, Tan Kah-Kee being Tan Kah-Kee, I mean, if you go and read Tan Kah-Kee's memoirs, you will see he talks about a lot of pains about how he tried to unite the Chinese, right? Trying to get them to donate. Nobody wants to donate. They only donate this. So I would really strongly encourage you to go pick up his memoirs and see the pains he had to go to. Of course, nowadays we tend to gloss it over and say that, wow, that was the peak of the overseas Chinese nationalism. But I really wonder because we simply don't know what people are thinking. So even if they go back and become Huaqiao Jigong, what was it that they are thinking? We assume that they are patriotic, but what is it they are thinking? Maybe they want adventure. When they donate money, maybe they think that they are just saving Fujian, their village, rather than the whole of China. So I'm more of that sort who likes to imagine that maybe we are just assuming too much when we think and assume that simply because Tan Kah-Kee obtained several millions of US dollars equivalent at that time, that means that Chinese in Southeast Asia at that time were patriotic to China. I mean, I would definitely put a big question mark and say, how do we know what they are thinking? How do we derive and think that we know what they are thinking? It's just like how we would, I mean, now Xi Jinping may appeal, some Chinese may go back. I mean, very similar 2008 when the Beijing Olympic happened. There are also many advertisements on how there are many Chinese overseas, especially those in Southeast Asia, you know, paid $1 or $2 million just to hold the Olympic torch. And does this hence equate to Huaqiao Huaren continuing patriotism? Or maybe something else. They just want to tell their friends that, hey, I hold the Olympic torch. But if we make the analytic jump and say, hence they are patriotic to China, even when they are Indonesian citizens, then I think we are actually over-assuming.
I would say here, this is where it is the challenge of being a historian. To put in context what the subject you are studying, Tan Kah-Kee, has said. It is there in writing. It is indisputable. What you today are reading, interpreting Tan Kah-Kee, you got to put it and say, this is my reading today of what he said. 10 years from now, 20 years from now, another generation might have a very different reading of what Tan Kah-Kee intended. 10 years ago, Tan Laksa had a very different reading of what Tan Kah-Kee said. So our readings of what those who went before us will change. And that's what being a historian is about. Putting in context what your actor you're studying said, and this is my interpretation at this point of time, in my context, I interpret it to be saying, and I accept that it's different from what my predecessors said and what those who come after me will say.
Well, we in the audience here have time for 1 or maybe 2 more questions. So let's take one from online.
Okay, this question is asked by Jun Hong to both of the panelists. What is the role of Southern dialects, for example, Hokkien and Teochew, in defining Singaporean identity in the future? And is there value in preserving these dialects amongst the younger generation? And will the imminent loss of dialects represent a major shift in the Singaporean Chinese identity?
Sort of a repeat question from earlier, but we can get a couple of new views on this issue. Mr. Kwa?
I think, Zoe, you have really dealt with that question just now about the future of dialects and determining Singapore's identity already. It's a question that our previous speaker is best qualified and has said, and whether you have to say more in response to this.
Okay, let's go with one more question then, if you have.
I don't think there are any more questions.
Oh, okay. Is that Claudine back there? Let's go ahead and we'll get one from Claudine and we'll see if we have more time for one more.
I have a perhaps slightly provocative question for Professor Kui. Do you think a Chinese would ever stop being Chinese? I ask this because you are precisely, questioning the category of Chinese itself, right? And we often look at that with sort of racial, ethnic, ambiguous traits, but you're looking very much at the power structures behind the construction of the categories. So would a rejection of those power structures suggest its dissolution of the category?
That's a wonderful question. And of course, you are absolutely right to point out that, in fact, I'm only dealing with the larger power structures. And there are, I think if we look, and of course, I can get away with this because we are dealing with turn of the 20th century, right? I mean, there's not really much other sources we could draw on. But I think one thing that just from snippets of historical materials that here I'm especially thinking of Wang Dahai, 海岛意志, which was written about Java in the 1780s, and also 公安部, which is the 八大维尔公安部, today's Jakarta Batavia Chinese Council. We have records of what, what do you call it, common everyday so-called Chinese people were encountering within the Chinese Council or under the administration of the Chinese Kapitan in Batavia during the late 18th, 19th century until the early 20th century. And I think based on these very snippets, right, of historical documents that happen to be preserved, what we do know is this is certainly not just, I'm especially bringing attention to imperial structures like European imperialism and even Chinese imperial state trying to appeal to the Chinese who are overseas, and also some of the elite groups of Chinese, meaning the Lebao or the cultural intelligentsia, as well as the Straits Chinese, were basically very, very educated elite few amongst local-born Chinese. But if we actually look at many of these sources, we see that there's also this intra-Chinese, for me, a kind of patrilineal male control, trying to assert also a certain Tangren identity, a certain, I wouldn't just translate it as Chinese, but there is also definitely intra-group tendency to try to impose a certain identity as a form of social control over the lesser groups, whether it's the lower economic class or whether it's the females in the group. So I think that this is probably why when we compare the studies of the Chinese in Southeast Asia, the Chinese overseas is a very huge study, right? But when I am looking through the literature, I feel that those who are who are working on the Chinese in America has gone far ahead. I mean, Lisa Low, Candice Chu, these are people who work on Chinese American literature. And they have gone far ahead to propose that let's just see that this Chinese category is an imagined category, something that has long been done by cultural studies experts like Stuart Hall, like all the Dubois, these people that I'm talking about, and probably because they were the most discriminated against group, social group in the entire human history. But I would say the experts in the Chinese American field has fared much better than us, here I use us, all right, as in the historical experts in Southeast Asia who are dealing with the subject of Chinese. We are still trapped very much on the Chinese as a positivist identity category. And I'm really trying to propose that is there any way, right, that we can think of getting out of this box and try to look at the dynamics, power dynamics, you know, whether it's from the colonial state or whether it's from the Qing state, whether it's from internal, like these Straits Chinese groups, as well as the Le Bao group, or even day-to-day groups like we see in the case of the Batavia Capitan, how they try to exert patrilineal control over female bodies in 18th century, 19th century Batavia. But we can have a longer conversation after this. I just think that this is probably why Chinese category cannot really be displaced in Southeast Asian Chinese studies.
We'll probably have to end the this panel at this point. A couple of things before we close today. First, let me thank once again Professor Kwa and Professor Kui for their talks and for a very lively discussion. So one more round of applause. And before we depart, though, I'd like to say thanks to a few of the people that helped to put the symposium together very quickly, if I may. Let me first start by thanking everyone in the arts team for managing all the logistics in the performance hall and ensuring that everything ran smoothly today. Next, let me thank the student assistants, Amberly, Ashley, Xiti, Junhong, Hongjin, and Zhonghan for all their help, especially with the Q&A sessions for both the in-person and online audience. Let me also thank Rachel, Jen, and Nahyang in the development office for their assistance in promoting the event. Thanks to Jolene in the Faculty Affairs Office for all her help with making things run smoothly today. And finally, three people in particular, I think deserve special thanks. Kevin Lowe and Ali Roselles on the events team, and Jade Ko from the Faculty Affairs Office. All three put in a tremendous amount of time and effort to ensure that all of the logistical and technical details were met for what proved to be, I think, a relatively complicated hybrid event. But with their help, we were able to make everything today run, I think, quite smoothly. And so they all deserve a well-earned round of applause as well. So finally, thank you, both our in-person and online audience for coming out today to listen. And of course, I want to thank our 7 speakers, Professor Wang Gengwu and everyone else who each spared their invaluable time to come out here today to share their learning and wisdom with the rest of us. And so with that, Happy New Year, everyone. 祝大家牛年鸿运，扭转乾坤。So long and see you next time.